Good morning.
Good
Good morning.
Randy, if you're talking to us, we can't hear you.
Double muted. I have to hop off by 9:30 or 9:40, but I should be back on hopefully by 11. Just
Okay, so I think
heads up.
right now we have 1, 2, 3. I see Mike there, 4. And I think that might be all we're gonna have for this, because I think Tony is not here today. And I think Mark is not gonna be here till after lunch. So we're gonna lose a quorum, so we'll try to do as many cases as we can. And then you said you'll be back when?
hopefully by 11. I have a meeting at City Hall, so I need to leave my
Okay.
office, go to City Hall, and then come back.
Yeah, I don't think we're gonna be able to hear many cases probably this morning, so. Joe, were you aware of our problem with the quorum today?
No, I wasn't.
I can't hear you guys. Hold on a second. Maybe it must be, oh, it's my microphone. That's why, sorry. Yeah, so Tony is not here at all today, as far as I know. Tom and, Tom, the other Tom, is Tom Gorentz coming? Maybe if Tom is coming, then we would be okay.
Mhm.
Okay,
I didn't see him saying that he wasn't available. I only saw Ebbets was going to be this afternoon. Tony was unavailable this morning, and then
so
I just have this 1-hour conflict.
okay, if so Tom is here, then we can carry on without you. Otherwise, it's gonna be a problem. Yeah, I saw all those and I thought, oh, this might be a challenge for us, so.
Does anybody know when we got the staff reports? I can't find that.
Yes,
email.
it was from, it wasn't from Lisa, it was from, one moment and I'll tell you. It was from Nicole Washington on October 22nd.
Not. No. What's the trick to her name? I'm not getting it to come up.
I'm here.
Her name is spelled Nichol,
is.
but I can resend it to you if you don't find it.
I'm going to post a link to it in the chat anyway. Just good practice so everyone can access it there.
Okay.
Final docket links. With staff reports. Jeez. I'm always behind these days. And I'll have one, Madam Chair, that I'll need to recuse on, but I'm not exactly sure when.
Okay.
It'll be later in the afternoon because she's not available, but doesn't want to continue to push it down the road, but she will be there later.
Okay, all right. Well, by then we'll have Tom and Brandy back, Tom. So even if you need to step away for one case, we should be fine then.
Great.
And I actually have a hard stop myself today. I've got to leave. I've got to stop at 3:15 because I have a 3:45 meeting that I could not reschedule. So we're gonna work as fast as we can through some of these.
Well, we're here.
I know. Well, this hopefully by the end of November we'll get caught up.
All right, well, I have my little ducks in a row here finally.
So I think, did I see Tom? Yeah, Gorance, he's on. Okay, good. So Joe et al., are we ready to get going? So I'd like
Yep.
to get started promptly here since we're going to try. Oh, and there's Brett. Good. I was like, we have our court reporter, so we're good to go. All right. So we ready?
Yep.
Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the public. We are here today to hear some cases that are before the BZA. Again, this is in the Zoom format, and I will let Joe Winkle explain the process. And once he does that, we'll get started. So Joe, when you're ready.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So I think a lot of people are used to Zoom meetings by now, but since this is a public hearing, we have slight modifications to what you would normally expect. And those are basically that this meeting format is broken into two types of participants. There are panelists and attendees. And right now, panelists are the board members and staff. Attendees are everyone else. Attendees don't have the ability to speak or be seen until they are promoted to a panelist position. So when the chair calls a case that you're interested in, we ask that you raise your hand, use the raised hand feature in Zoom, and I will promote you over to a panelist position. It may appear when that occurs as though you're being kicked off the meeting, but don't panic, you will rejoin us. And when you rejoin, you will be a panelist and you will be able to turn on your camera and share your video and audio. We ask at that point that you do share your video when you're speaking and that you remain muted until you speak, and then mute yourself when you're done speaking. Finally, the chat feature is available to everyone. It is intended for discussion of the agenda items, the order of the agenda, and technical questions related to the Zoom platform, for example. It should not be used to provide testimony or any commentary on the proposals before the board. And that concludes what I have to say, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Joe. All right, so let's begin with the first case that we have on our docket today, which is actually docket number 13, since we're picking up from our last meeting. And the case number is 112. The address is 2924 Harrison. Would the applicant and all persons interested in this case, whether you support it or you oppose it, please raise your hand within the Zoom app to be promoted.
Madam Chair, the applicants have requested this case be continued to November 9th. They're revising their plans.
Okay. So, and so are you recommending this continuance
Without fee.
Without fee, Jared? Thank you. And there were no hands raised. Is that correct, Joe?
That's correct.
All right. Do I have a motion on this matter to continue to November 9th?
So moved.
I have a motion from Mr. Kelleher. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Ms. McStorff. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. This matter's continued to November 9th. All right, let's move on to the next case, which is docket number 17. The case number is 109. The address is 3759 Washington Street. Would the applicant and all persons who are here today online raise their hand to be promoted, whether you support or oppose this request for a special exception to the height of a fence?
Madam Chair, there are several people raising their hand. One question for you. If we consider this a continuation of the last meeting, do we still need to swear staff in, or do we?
Oh, you're right.
Not need to
You
do
know
that.
what? We probably should just be out of safety. I
Okay.
think we would be covered, but I think we probably should do that. So while you're letting all those on, can staff turn on your cameras while he's letting people in, and I'm going to swear you in for the court reporter? Is it just Joe, Anna, and Jared today that are going to be here? Okay, if you three
Yes.
would please raise your right.
Najma,
Oh, it's Najma there too. She don't hear me. Najma, can you hear me? There she is. Hi, Najma. She's all wrapped up and staying warm in this cold weather. I had that same feeling this morning. I'm with you. It's like I had to find all my coats today. I don't like it. All right. Can you four please raise your right hands? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
All right. Would each of you state your name for the record? I know it's on your screen, but that way we have a verbal count of who's here. So Joe, if you want to go first.
I'm Joe Rexwinkle with City Planning and Development.
Najma, you want to go next?
Najma Mohammed, City Planning and Development.
Anna
Anna Naniski, City Planning and Development.
and Jared.
Jared Clements, City Planning and Development.
Okay. All right. Do we have the people all promoted, Joe, on the case for 3759 Washington?
Yes, the last one is joining right now.
Okay.
There's 4 total.
Okay.
I'm sorry, 5.
Okay.
I can't. No, there's 4. I'm sorry.
Mr. Sachs, can you hear me? You're Mr. Sachs, you're muted.
Okay,
No, I can
can you hear me?
Yes, I
Thanks.
can. Okay. Mr. Sachs, are you here on behalf of the applicant?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And are you counsel?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I thought. Okay. All right. Who else do we have here? I see Jim Martin. Jim, Mr. Martin, can you turn on your microphone? Are you here in support or opposition?
Opposition?
Okay. All right. Hang with me for a second. The gentleman whose name is just appears as Kevin. Sir, can you tell me your name, please?
Kevin Lean,
I'm sorry, say the last name again.
Lean, L-I-E-N.
Thank you. Are you here in support or opposition?
Either.
Okay, just interested. Okay, fair enough. Okay, did I miss anyone else that's here on this case that's not a staff member?
Chris
There's-
Fanger?
Okay, Mr. Fanger, can you turn on your camera for me?
Yes.
I have to swear you all in. I just want to identify who's here. Yes, Miss, could you state your full name, sir?
Christopher Alloys Fanger,
And sir, are you here in support or opposition?
opposition.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay.
That's it.
All right, gentlemen, I think there were 4 of you. I'd like you all to raise your right hands with me, please, and take the oath. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
I do.
Mr. Martin said I do, and Mr. Fanger, can you say I do?
I do.
Thank you. Okay, think I have everybody. All right, Mr. Sachs, let's start with you. Have you reviewed the case report, the staff report that was created as it relates to this application for exception to the height of offense?
No.
Okay, it was online. Before we start, there's some administrative exhibits that are outlined in that report that are connected. One is the zoning and development code, our rules and board regulations, our published notices, the board members' qualifications, the certificate of mailing, the staff report, your actual submittal, and then a PowerPoint presentation so the board can understand this case. Do you have any objection to my admitting those 9 exhibits so we can hear this case today?
No.
Okay, exhibits 1 through 9 will be admitted. Jared, let's hear from you with the PowerPoint, please, and then we'll hear from Mr. Sachs and all the folks that are here in either opposition or just of interest, okay?
Madam Chair, this case is actually mine.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No worries.
I thought I had Jared's name here. I apologize.
Adam Sachs also has the next case, and Jared will
Oh,
be presenting that.
That's probably why I'm on the wrong one then. I apologize.
No worries.
Anna,
So, yes,
Anna, sorry to interrupt you, but I didn't hear if chapter 27 was included in your list of exhibits. I just want to make sure we.
But you know what? Now that I'm on the wrong thing, so let's start over. There's actually 12 exhibits, Sarah.
Oh.
Thank you for catching that. There were 9 on the other one that Jared's on, that Mr. Sachs has. So let's talk about this again. Mr. Sachs, there's actually 12 administrative exhibits in your case that we're talking about right now. Do you have any objection to those exhibits being admitted?
No, I do not.
Okay, let's admit those 12 exhibits, and then Anna, please proceed with the presentation.
Thank you. So docket item number 17 focuses on 3759 Washington Street. This property is zoned R6, and the applicant is seeking approval of a special exception to the maximum fence height in the front yard. So the subject site is in the Midtown portion of Kansas City, right off Broadway Street. This is an image of the subject property and the fence in question. The property owner has been, for safety concerns and privacy concerns, has built this fence around their single-family home. This is a diagram of where the fence is located, as you can see in the picture as well that I just showed. So chapter 27, it says that a fence in the front yard can be a maximum of 4 feet in height. They have built a 6-foot fence. They are requesting a variance of 2 feet. And that concludes my staff presentation.
Thank you. Mr. Sachs, why do you believe the board should grant this 2-foot exception?
So the applicant is a high-profile public figure who whose whereabouts are very well known during the course of the day, and was subject to several break-ins this spring. There have also been, I guess you could characterize them as gawkers who have approached the property repeatedly over the course of the spring and summer months. So prior to the fence being constructed. So as a safety and security measure, the resident constructed the fence, and actually, to his credit, he constructed it out of concern, and then realized that that there may be an issue with the fence requirement. The folks who constructed it probably should have advised him of that, but nonetheless, under the circumstances, we believe it's entirely appropriate. It's also, as you can tell from the image, I guess beauty is in the eye of the beholder, but it's a tastefully constructed fence that's in keeping with the design of the home. And in fact, the home's been subject to some media attention, some kind of cutesy advertising for a local corporate sponsor who's was kind of checking out the celebrity's home. But it's not nice, or at least from my perspective and from the client's perspective, and it's serving a clear purpose in kind of trying to discourage intrusions.
So, Mr. Sachs, I want to know a little bit more about this crime that was that occurred at this home. Can you give us some more detail as to the nature of that and the frequency of that?
So there were 2 separate incidents that I understand occurred early in the baseball season, where the home was broken into, and the spouse discovered it. It was while the resident was participating in a sporting event, in Kansas City. So it was unsettling. Nothing was taken. I frankly don't even know if it was reported, but there were 2 separate incidents of break-ins in the house.
Okay, and I guess I know, Mr. Sachs, you haven't probably been before this board on a fence case before, but we've had a number, and I'm one board member. But whenever we see a fence in a front yard that's completely dark like this, that gives no view to the inside yard, there are issues about whether a wrought iron fence that you can see through that would still accomplish the 6-foot height would serve the same deterrent. There's an issue of security that officers and fire people coming by the home can actually see into it and get into it. And so there are other issues other than that we need to address. So,
Okay.
so what would be your client's position on at least the front yard being wrought iron versus the barrier that blocks the house from the neighborhood completely?
Well, I guess my initial reaction is the barrier was sort of by intention in this case under the circumstances. I haven't spoken, but would be happy to speak to the resident about the notion of doing a different sort of fence. And the fence is, as you look at the wooden construction, it's in line. It's a modern house. It's not everybody's cup of tea, but it's in keeping with the other wood features on the home, on the modern home. But I'd be happy to check. I'd be happy to check in and see if that would be something that would be amenable.
Well, I've been on this board a long time. People that come before us hear me say that frequently because unfortunately or fortunately, it's true that I've had
Yeah.
this position for a long time. But there is another well-known sporting figure in Kansas City that lives within the city limits and has a modern house and also had security issues and went with a wrought iron fence that was more open and less closed off.
Mhm.
And I can tell you, we've had a number of cases, no matter if they're famous or not famous, residents of Kansas City, Missouri, asking to put a solid barrier like this in the front yard. And I can tell you that since 1996, I think we've maybe allowed that one time, if we've allowed it at all, that I remember. So
Mhm.
again, I'm one board member, Mr. Sachs, and I appreciate your client situation. But I'm not sure we can accomplish this with something that's not quite so barrier in nature. So let me hear from the opposition as to see what I assume we have some neighborhood people. Mr. Martin, let me start with you first. Can you turn on your microphone, please?
Hi, I'm Jim Martin. I live at 3775 Washington Street, which is 4 houses south of 3759, this one. I'm also on the board of the Valentine Neighborhood Association. And I believe this fence adversely affects the appearance of the neighborhood and adjacent properties. I have a PDF of some photos if we want to show those.
Have they been marked as exhibits, Mr. Martin?
No, not yet.
Okay. Has Mr. Sachs seen your exhibits?
No.
Okay. Are they photographs of the home?
Photographs of the home and of some nearby homes.
Okay, Mr. Sachs, do you have any objection to the admission of those exhibits?
No.
Okay, I think those would be marked as Exhibit 13. Is that correct, Sarah and Anna? All right, Mr. Martin, you will need to provide a copy of these to city staff via email at the conclusion of this hearing, but I will admit your photographs as one exhibit designated as Exhibit 13. You may share your screen at this time and show us what you've brought.
I have another quick question. There was a letter from the Valentine Neighborhood Association submitted.
We have that. That's been marked as an exhibit already, and that has been admitted. That was Exhibit 11, I believe. Correct, Anna? Yes. So that's been admitted. The board has that.
Okay.
So, Ms. Martin, please proceed because we're going to lose Ms. Mixdorf, and I'd like to finish this hearing before she has to exit. Okay.
Okay. So what do I need to do?
Share your screen with the item you wish to show us. Do you know how to do that?
Click on share screen.
Yes. Have you pulled up the screen you want to share? Okay, we can see this. Okay, walk us through this if you could as quickly as possible.
Okay. Do you have it?
Yes, we see it. You won't be able to see it, but we see it, and we have the first picture where there's looks like a library box.
So this is the view looking north from my house, and as you can see, the fence, which is 4 properties away, dominates the block and the view of the neighborhood. Let's see, go down. This is the same view looking south. Again, you can see how overwhelming the fence is. It's the only front yard fence on this side of the block, and not only does it adversely affect the appearance of the neighborhood, but kind of like you were saying, I haven't seen a wood fence like this in a front yard anywhere else in the city. This is a closer view looking south. Viewpoint looking directly east of the property. Close up of the fence and gate. Now, this is a picture of the house across the street. The owner started to put up a 6-foot fence, but when told by codes that it could only be 4 foot high, he complied. The situation with this property is why we are pretty familiar on our block with the 4-foot code ordinance.
Can
This
I
is a
interrupt for a
property-
second?
Yeah, Mr. Sachs, let him just finish, or do you have an objection? I'm sorry.
I just had to clarify. I was just trying to figure out what I was looking at in that image.
Oh, in the last image?
Yeah,
This one?
Yes.
yeah.
This is a house across the street from
The applicant's house?
the applicant's house.
And is that 4? I just can't tell. Is
So
that 4?
I
or
think what
6
he's
feet?
saying is so the retaining wall, Mr. Sachs, under the ordinance, I don't believe is counted in the height of the fence. Okay, so what is probably 4 feet is the area that is the wood part. Okay.
Lattice, yeah.
Is
So in
that
other words,
correct?
So the owner of this property started to put up a 6-foot fence, as you can see by the posts. And then when told by codes he couldn't, he did this lattice thing, which, yeah, it's between him and codes. This is a house across the street from me. And as you can see, it's got a 4-foot wrought iron fence, and all the neighbors think that this is perfectly acceptable and a good looking house. And it also has an electric fence. So just showing that that's possible too. So I'm done with the photos. Let's see. The applicants claimed that they needed the fence because it's a widely recognized public figure and well-founded privacy and security concerns. And so, you know, my feeling is, does that mean every local celebrity needs a 6-foot fence in the front yard? You know, many of us recognize Len Dawson's house on Ward Parkway doesn't have a 6-foot fence. I Googled Salvador Perez's home. I had to scroll through several pages because all the links are about his home runs. But I finally found a 3-year-old video where he gives a tour of the home. He shows his 3 cars and all his World Series MVP bling, but he doesn't have a 6-foot fence in the front yard. He didn't have a fence at all. Closer to home during the World Series run, Ben Zobrist lived at Coleman Highlands, which is a neighborhood right next to Valentine. He didn't feel the need for a 6-foot fence. And then finally, if Whit Merrifield has such well-founded privacy and security concerns, why did he create a YouTube video giving a tour of the house and showing all his stuff? They also claimed the fence was largely promoted by a break-in, which occurred at the time of the evening when the general public would know he wasn't there. I'm really curious as to when this happened because the fence was built almost immediately after the closing and before I knew who the owner was. In fact, the 311 parcel viewer showed the code citation for the fence before the homeowner information got changed. So I really have a hard time understanding how you could have had all these break-ins and stuff when the fence was put up almost immediately. Regarding trespassers, I am retired, I'm frequently outside. I've not seen anyone loitering around the property for any kind of increase in traffic. And I think it's important to note that the fence was built in violation of city code. A precedent could be set that it's okay to break the law and just go to the BZA to get around it. The neighbors who complied with the law are already resentful, and imagine how they'd feel if the fence had to stay. Judging by the neighbors' resentment, I'm also concerned that the situation could really blow up. I mean, how many Kansas Cityans have had to deal with codes? I know I've received citations for weeds and peeling paint, and then there are those who receive citations that don't have the financial means to fix the problems. They would all see a Royals player getting away with code violations simply because he was famous and had the Royals lawyers and influence available to help him get away with it. It's the type of thing that could damage Whit Merrifield's reputation, the Royals' reputation, and not to mention how they view the city's fairness. And so what are the ramifications of this passage? I mean, Whit Merrifield may be here for a month or for several years. There's already discussions about him being traded. Our neighborhood, however, will have a permanent structure of a 6-foot fence. As noted elsewhere, we are concerned that the next owner might hide behind this fence to conduct illegal activity. This would be forever known as the wall built by Whit Merrifield and the Royals. It is seen as a canvas for graffiti triggers or if something serious illegal happens behind the wall. Whit Merrifield and the Royals could be held responsible not only in the view of the public, but maybe legally as well. A 6-foot wall may deter burglars, but it also hinders the police and fire department, as was already mentioned. And this could be the case even after Whit Merrifield moves on and the Royals have no control over the property. It seems to me that it's in everybody's best interest to deny this request. Whit Merrifield is a great ball player and seems like the kind of person that the Royals and all the Kansas City can be proud of. But he made a mistake and he needs to take responsibility for that mistake and correct the situation. As the VNA letter stated, we are excited to have Whit Merrifield as a neighbor. The VNA usually works on behalf of the neighbors, and it was really difficult to have to take a position against a neighbor. We would really like to see this resolved so that we can move forward as neighbors. Valentine's are very active, and we would like to see Whit be included in that activity. We really can be very supportive of any special needs you might have, including security and privacy. We just ask for the mutual respect of all concerned. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. If you stop sharing your screen, and again, if you will email that to Anna so it can be a part of the record. Mr.
Stop share.
Yes, just top, there you go. Thank you, sir. Any questions for Mr. Martin, Mr. Sachs? Any questions for him?
No.
Okay, Mr. Fagner, let's hear from you. Please, can you turn on your microphone? Are you here in opposition, I think you said?
Yes.
Okay, and what would you like to add that's different from Mr. Martin?
We live in a historical neighborhood with a lot of old houses and it's been on the mend for the 6 years I've lived here. Everything's been constantly improving, many people improving their properties along the street. And I just feel that this fence has the look of a gated compound, and it does a lot to detract from the look of the neighborhood. If you look at Mr. Sachs's photo, the fence is made from tasteful looking wood, but it is not level. It rides along the edge of the hill and is curved, and it just looks kind of patched together, piecemeal. And as far as security goes, I feel that the fence will do very little to deter break-ins. It's only 6 feet high. A person could easily vault that fence from behind where no one can view them and still break into the house if that's a concern. I think that the main concern is that Whit likes to play basketball in the front driveway and does not want to be viewed with his friends while he's doing that. And that is probably also going to be an attempt to a wrought iron fence.
Okay, thank you, sir. Any questions for this witness? All right, and then, yes, I'm sorry, Kevin, and again, your last name was?
Lean, L-I-E-N.
Yeah, Lean, okay, yes, sir. What's your comment?
Okay, first of all, I'm totally in support of what Jim has said. I think that is my sentiment as his is. We want to get along with everybody in the neighborhood. However, there is a couple of things that Mr. Sachs said that are not necessarily true. If Mr. Merrifield is seeking privacy, I think he should pull down the YouTube videos of the tour of his house. That is, that's just inviting people to know where you're living. And the fence was not planned after a break-in of any sort. I have a text message from the previous owner that says at the time of the sale that he was planning to put up the 6-foot fence in the front yard. So on February 27th, it was already in the plan to put this fence up. And as far as the look, the fence in the backyard was built better than the front yard, and it is stained, and it's stained to match the house. And it's been, the previous owner stained it several times over the course of the time he owned it. The front fence is not stained. The irrigation is starting to turn it gray. Some of the pictures that Jim sent will show that you can see where the sprinklers are hitting the fence and turning the fence gray. So in a matter of a year or so, that fence is going to be totally gray and will not match the house at all. So as also with Gawker's, I live right right next door to them. And I have not seen any increased traffic in front of the house, anybody even stopping to gawk. The house is a very unique looking house. Prior to the fence, there was always people that were driving slow past there looking at the house with the previous owners. So I don't believe anything has increased due to Mr. Merrifield living there. And I think if had the fence not been put up, the previous owner was not there that often either. And you know, it just if I don't think anybody would even know who lived there if he didn't go out and put this fence up and cause the commotion that he did. So I guess I'm opposed to it too. I think we got to follow the codes.
Okay, thank you, sir. Any questions for this witness? All right, board members, do you have questions for the applicant? Okay, then Mr. Sachs, I think, again, I haven't heard from the other board members. I don't know how they're going to vote on this. I can just tell you historically how the board has handled cases like this. We can rule on this today and your client can live with the decision. Or we would entertain, if you wanted it, a 2-week continuance to see if there was a different type of fence that the neighborhood would agree with, or that it would be more in keeping with the ordinance.
So I guess I would like a continuance, and I will respond and to some of the comments, which just generally speaking, anecdotal neighbors have not seen gawkers, hence there are no gawkers. Their observations probably in that sense are not relevant. Also, I just would suggest that Mr. Merrifield's not trying to get special treatment because he's a professional athlete, but he's had some actual feelings of insecurity that he and his wife have experienced, and so that's, you know, I'll go back and talk to the resident to see if he can provide some further color on it, but you know, we appreciate not everybody likes what it looks like, and so I'll go back and talk to Mr. Merrifield. I imagine, and without knowing, that if a 6-foot fence that was sort of more in keeping with the tastes of the other residents in the neighborhood, that you could see through, I imagine a 6-foot fence would not be acceptable either. So I'm not quite sure what I'm asking the resident to kind of consider in this situation.
Well, again, I'm one board member and you can go
Yeah.
forward, and maybe the other 4 board members that will vote on this will feel differently than I do. But
Sure.
I try to give people some indication of how the board has addressed this issue.
Sure.
We just feel very strongly that the ordinance was meant to keep the front of the house somewhat open. And if there is
Right.
true security concern, there are ways to provide fencing that are not as, you know, they're not as blocking. And,
Right.
and again, we don't address the cosmetic look of the fence. That's not our concern. What we're concerned about is the 2 extra feet appropriate or not? So when we do that, by trying to find a way, the board has tried to find a way to address that 6-foot need, but still provide a more open look that is more in keeping with the ordinance, because
Sure.
that's what the 4-foot height is about, is to
Sure.
keep that open for lots of other reasons. So
And can I ask another question? Because I'm getting, I'm getting concern expressed about the style. If Mr. Merrifield were to lower it to 4 feet, that's something that's perfectly acceptable, even if people find it, it doesn't suit their fancy.
that's correct. You can,
Yeah.
a 4-foot fence of whatever make is usually acceptable.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
that's-
Well,
that's
I don't want to take more of your time. I appreciate it and appreciate the feedback. And I would, I guess, ask that we continue it for 2 weeks, and I'll consult with the resident and figure it out. But I will say that I find it concerning that people wouldn't put themselves in this person's shoes in this situation. So, and I might encourage the resident to get on the call in 2 weeks too, because perhaps it will cause people to understand some of the concerns that he and his wife have shared.
Again, we heard another case. He happens to be a quarterback.
Yeah.
And he came with similar concerns. So this
Yeah.
board is concerned, Mr. Sachs, and to say anything further to us would not be taken well.
Sure.
But he heard what we said and he kept his house. He got a height extension, but he kept it so that he did provide it more openness to the neighborhood. So
Got it.
didn't look like he built a fortress in the middle of a neighborhood that doesn't have that type of stuff.
Got it.
An option a person of Mr. Merrifield's background has is to buy a house in a different neighborhood that has more land that he can, there are other options. So we are what we are and we appreciate that, but I do want to defend this board because we're very conscientious of what we do. So,
Sure.
okay. So board members, I think we have a request for a continuance. Do I have a motion to that effect?
So moved.
I have a motion from Ms. Mixdorf. Do I have a second?
Second?
The second from Mr. Stiller. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. This matter's continued till November 9th, and then we'll take it up at that time. Thank you, gentlemen.
Madam Chair, I've got to head out. I'm hopeful we'll be back on by 11.
Okay, thank you. We'll see you when you pop back in. I'll deal with having 4 board members with the next cases. Thank you, Randy. All right, let's, before we take the next case, I guess we do have a few continuances. I was trying to get through a case since I knew I only had Randy for a short time because I wanted to try to hear that case. I knew there was some opposition, so I didn't want to have to continue it if we didn't need to. I understand before we take the next case, which is 18, there are some cases that are just wanting to be continued to our next hearing. So I'm going to take those up quickly before we take on the next case. Mr. Sachs, bear with us and I'll be right back
Sure.
to you, okay? All right, so I understand we have a request to continue docket number 27, is that correct?
That's correct.
And Anna, what is the request on that?
The applicant is unavailable at this time.
Okay, is there anyone online today who was here to either support or oppose this request for special exception to offense? Hearing
Madam
none.
Chair, I don't see anyone.
Okay, and so Anna, the request is to move it to the 9th, correct?
Correct.
Without fee?
Without fee.
Okay, board members, do I have a motion to continue this matter?
So moved.
I have a motion from Mr. Kelleher. Do I have a second?
Second?
I have a second from Mr. Stiller. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. This matter is continued to to November 9th. Then the next case I have is docket number 34. That's requesting a continuance. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And Anna, what is the request?
The attorney associated with this case needs more time to prepare.
Okay. Is there anyone online today who's here to either support or oppose this case and have any questions about this request for continuance? So raise your hand.
Oh,
One's-
I'm sorry, Anna.
yes, sorry. Jared's going to speak up about this case a little bit more.
Okay, all right.
Sorry to interrupt.
That's right,
It's
Jared.
this is a continuance with fee, Madam Chair. Just
Okay,
thought I'd clarify.
and Joe, did anyone raise their hand about this case?
Nope.
Okay, it's a continuance with fee to our next meeting of November 9th.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, do I have a motion from a board member?
So moved.
And is that with the fee? Is that correct, Mr. Kelleher?
Yes.
Okay, I have a motion for Mr. Kelleher. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Gorentz. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. This matter is continued with fee to November 9th. And then I think we have a case docket number 35 that needs to just be withdrawn. Is that correct?
Correct. There are 2 cases, 19 and 35, that need to be withdrawn.
Are those both from the same applicant?
No.
Okay, well, let's do 35 first. Is there anyone online who's interested in docket number 35? The case address is 3801 Troost Avenue.
Patricia Jensen has raised her hand.
Oh, okay,
I'll
that's the
promote
case.
her.
Okay, yeah, if you'd promote her then.
Madam, sorry, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Patricia Jensen with the Ross Fretz Law Firm with offices located at 4510 Bellevue. Here today on behalf of the applicant. We appealed a notice of violation. We have worked with the staff since that time. The notice of violation dealt with both, well, it dealt with security film that we placed on our windows. This is along the Troost Corridor Overlay District, as well as some energy efficiency film. Our applicant did not know at the time, even though it was advertised to her that the energy efficiency film was a clear film, that it would create some visibility issues from the outside to the inside. The security film does not. So since then, what we did was we removed the energy efficiency film and placed another layer of the security film on the windows. I think there's an exhibit in your staff report where the staff now says that we are in compliance with the transparency requirements of the Troost Corridor Overlay District. So it's unfortunate that we can't be energy efficient, but our applicant has corrected the problem. So with that said, we would request, withdraw the appeal.
Thank you, Ms. Jensen. Do I have a motion to grant this withdrawal?
So moved.
I have a motion from Mr. Kelleher. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Gortz. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. This matter's been dismissed. Thank you, Ms. Jensen.
Thank you.
All right, there's one last case. Is that correct? Let's go back quickly to docket 19. I did not have that on my list, so I apologize. Docket 19, case number 97 with an address of 5132 North Cypress Avenue. Is there anyone online on this case?
Yeah, there is Stephen Diamond and Heather and William Fambro, and I'll promote both.
Okay. Mr. Diamond and Mr. Fambro or Ms. Fambro, can you turn on your camera so I can see you and hear you?
Yes, Madam Chairman, my camera is still not working.
Okay. Is this Mr. Fambro?
Yes,
Okay, and you're the applicant, is that correct?
correct.
And you're asking for a continuance until
No.
our next case, our next
No,
hearing? Oh, you're not.
I'm withdrawing.
Oh, you're withdrawing the case. Okay. All right. And Mr. Diamond, why are you here? I can't hear you, Mr. Diamond. Your microphone's off. I'm sorry, Mr.
I was just curious to see, and I was opposed to it, so. I was
Okay,
curious.
he's going to withdraw. Okay. All right, Mr. Fambro, we appreciate your request. Do I have a motion from a board member to dismiss this case? Mr. Kelleher, was that you? I didn't hear you. You're on mute.
So moved.
Okay, Mr. Gorin says so moved. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Stiller. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. This matter's been dismissed. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank
All right.
you.
All right, I think that takes care of all of the continuance or dismissals. Let's go back then to, I think it was docket 18. I think Mr. Sachs, you're on that case. Is that correct still?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Let's call docket number 18, case number 118 with an address of 650 West 67th Street. The applicant, I believe, is present through Mr. Sachs, but if there's anyone else online who is here to either support or oppose this request for variance, please raise your hand to be promoted.
No one else is raising their hand.
Okay, All right, Mr. Sachs, have you had a chance to look at this staff report?
I have not.
Okay, all right. Again, on this case, there is a listing of administrative exhibits. And on this one, since I confused it with the last one with your appearance, there are those 9 administrative exhibits. Any objection to those being admitted so the board can consider this afternoon or this morning?
Nope.
Sorry. And that's habit 2. We usually don't meet in the morning. This is, we're so far behind on cases. So, all right. All right. Exhibits, administrative exhibits 1 through 9 will be admitted. Jared, you have this case and there's a PowerPoint presentation. Let's start there and then we'll hear from Mr. Sachs on this one. Okay.
All righty. Thank you, Madam Chair. Before us, we have docket item number 18. This is located at 650 West 67th Street. The zoning district is R-6. The applicant is seeking a variance to the rear yard setback and a variance to the side yard setback. The side yard setback was identified after the creation of the staff report, so I will detail that here. This is the location of the subject site. It is within the boundaries of the Country Club Waldo area plan. Closer view of the subject site shows that it's at the intersection of West 67th Street and Valley Road. This is the applicant's proposed site plan. It's for an addition to the rear of the house to accommodate a garage. It will encroach in the rear yard setback by 24.5 feet, leaving a rear yard setback of 5.5 feet. Also, there is a side yard setback variance. It is, I will detail that on a later slide. So these are the Missouri case factors for the rear yard setback variance. 24.6 feet is the encroachment of the variance requested. Substantial change is not anticipated to the character of the neighborhood. The proposed addition could not be built without the variance. This is variance B to the side yard setback. It's 2 feet and 7 inches. Substantial change is also not anticipated, and the addition could not be built without the variance. With that, I conclude my presentation.
Mr. Sachs, I want to clarify something with you. And we now only have 4 board members to hear your case. That's a quorum, so we can hear it and go forward. Because we're short on people for a little while this morning, there's not a 5th person. You can go forward. The difference would be if 4 members are a positive vote, right? So the 5th board member would give you a little option if 1 board member wasn't maybe on your side of the case.
Sure.
Do you want to go forward with us 4, or do you want to continue this case to when we have 5 board members?
I'm happy to proceed.
Okay. All right. So we'll proceed. All right. So Mr. Sachs, tell us about this request and why you think the board should grant the variance.
Again, it wouldn't be destroying anything about the character of the neighborhood. We're essentially hoping to turn our existing garage into a family room off the kitchen, and then we would need to construct the garage on the location proposed, which is tucked in the back northeast corner of the property. As it stands, if we drive our cars up that driveway, and we would go straight into the garage under this plan, it seems like it makes sense. It would be basically a standard 1-story garage, which would be in the Tudor style that would be consistent with our main residence. But I guess because of the location on the property, there's a need for a variance back there. There are also a couple of garage mahals, I would call them, nearby, which are more towering and larger structures than we envision here. This is, we hope, a very tasteful addition, and certainly a benefit to the house and to the quality of the neighborhood.
Mr. Sachs, have you discussed this proposed addition with your neighbors, and have they voiced any concerns?
I have. There have been no concerns. There's been full support. I guess there was a step where I could have gotten, I needed to have a notary. They sent me favorable emails, which I passed on. But I'll tell you, the neighbors to the immediate north on Valley Road and to the immediate east on 67th Street support and I guess it's maybe not actually for the record, but I can tell you under oath that they're supportive of the project.
Okay. And this is a single story garage addition, correct? Is that what you're
Ye-
describing?
Yes, yes,
And it's to the rear of the home?
yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it's tucked away in the back, corner of the home.
But you're a corner lot, is that?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. We didn't have a photograph. It's harder in these, I didn't see
Sure.
that. So all I see is the drawing, so.
Yeah. No, people walk and run and bike down Valley Road. It's a house that people probably are familiar with just because it's right there's an island at the intersection of 67th and Valley.
Yeah, I live not far away. I think I know exactly which house. it is.
Right.
Anyway, all right. Board members, do you have questions about this request? Hearing no questions, I would entertain a motion.
Chair,
Yes, Mr. Stiller?
in case number 18, I would move that the board grant the request in accordance with the staff report and site plan.
I have a motion from Mr. Stiller. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Gorinth. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. This request has been granted. Thank you, Mr. Sachs.
Thank you.
All right. Mr. Kelleher, I'm just going to check on you. Is your microphone not working? Do we need to give you a minute? Now I can hear. Yeah, I'm just worried because if you're trying to ask questions, I mean, you haven't raised your hand, so I'm assuming you're voting in support. Is that what you've been doing? Oh, now you're muted again.
Okay. All right. I'm good, I think.
Okay, all right, we can hear you now. Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Okay, all right. All right, let's move to the next case, which is docket number 20. The address and the case number is 110, and the address is 1601 Oak Street. Would the applicant please raise their hand? And Mr. Stiller, is this a case you need to recuse on?
It is, but I'm sure the client is not available at this time.
So you want us to hold this case and we'll figure out how to handle it in a little bit? Okay.
Yes, please. She's got some overseas things she's working on. She
Okay,
will be here. She
We'll
will be
hold it, yeah, because we can't hear it now anyway, so we'll hold it. Because you couldn't hear it. We don't have enough people to hear it, so.
Right.
We're gonna just hold this case, guys. Okay, so Jared, hold that case. All right, let's move on to item 21, case number 111 with an address of 2836 South Benton Avenue. Would the applicant please raise their hand to be promoted, as well as all other persons who are here in support or opposition of this request for variance?
I'm promoting Addison Bliss, Madam Chair.
Okay. Addison, could you please turn on your camera and microphone? Oh, there he is.
Hello,
Good morning. Can you state your
morning.
name? Can you state your name, please?
Addison Bliss.
And Mr. Bliss, are you here for the applicant, correct?
I'm here for the applicant.
Okay, all right. Would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes,
Thank you. Have you had a chance to review the staff report, Mr.
Yes.
Bliss? Okay. Do you have any objection to my admitting the administrative exhibits found on page 3 of that report, that number 1 through 9?
No.
Okay. Exhibits 1 through 9 will be admitted. Among those is a PowerPoint presentation, and Anna, you have this case, so let's hear from you, and then we'll hear from Mr. Bliss. Thank you. Before you do that, Anna, Mr. Bliss.
yes,
You have 4 board members today. I've got to ask this in each case. You might have already heard it if you've been online for a bit this morning.
yes,
You have the right to have 5 board members. We don't have that presently. Do you wish to proceed with the 4 board members that you currently have to hear the case?
yes.
Okay, thank you, sir. All right, go ahead, Anna. Sorry.
No worries. Thank
I had to
you.
make a note to myself here to say that 15 times today.
Understood. So docket item number 21 focuses on 3836 South Benton Avenue. Property is currently zoned R2.5, and the applicant is seeking approval of a variance to the minimum lot per unit requirement in the R2.5 zoning district. The subject site is in the eastern portion of Kansas City. This is a close-up of the site. It's highlighted in yellow. You can see Prospect Avenue over to the left or over to the west. These are some photos of the subject property. The applicant and the property owner, they are rehabilitating this property into 2 units, thus triggering the request for the variance. This is a photo of the rear. You can see it is kind of in a state of repair. So they are looking to rehabilitate this property. Per the zoning requirement, this property within the zoning district needs 2,500 square feet per unit. The current property only has around 3,983 square feet. So they are proposing a square footage per unit of 1,991.35 square feet per unit, making that variance request being 508 feet. 508.65 square feet per unit. And that concludes my presentation.
All right, thank you, Anna. Mr. Bliss,
Yes.
why not leave it a single family home?
This client that I'm working with has been doing low income housing without subsidies in the city for some time. And instead of, like a number of the developers around the area, just sort of putting 2 families in a single family house, he's been doing it according to the rules that are set aside for these duplexes. This property he purchased and let the tenant stay in until they're comfortable to leave. And they left when they set the place on fire. So that's expedited the process a little bit. So in taking advantage of the situation, the plan is to, instead of just rehabilitating this property into a single family, the goal is to make it a 2-family, create a little bit of density and create a better situation for these kind of low income places. And this is one of the target areas, but he's working on a number of these. This one just doesn't happen to quite meet the letter of the zoning code.
So Mr. Bliss, explain to the board so we have a little bit of understanding, how would this structure be divided into 2 units? I mean, is it so the board understands how that?
Yes. I haven't done an analysis of that yet because there's a certain cost of risk to do that. There's 2 options that we do, and we've done a number of these duplex conversions. You do have to upgrade the fire ratings either front to back or side to side to make them totally fireproof. Or you split them up and down. And so if you split them up and down, that's less desirable. It adds a substantial amount of cost to the project, but we've actually done 2 of those now. So he's getting more comfortable with that. When you split it up and down, we'll make a fire protected stairwell and access to the 2nd floor. We'll fire protect all of the first floors, walls that are structural, including a center wall and the exterior walls, as well as fire protect the floor, the 2nd floor. And that makes it so that in this exact situation where there would be a tenant in the 1st floor causing a fire to happen or some kind of unsafe situation, that the 2nd floor would be effectively protected from that. So they'd have a safe access out of the 2nd floor, being separate units and not having any kind of control over what happens on the 1st floor. So in the case of this particular unit, there will be no changes to the exterior like we've done on the other situations, aside from one that we actually demolished part of the building because it was falling down. Most of the time he plans to make upgrades at the exterior. We will not change the form of the building. You'll see very little differences. The front door will still be the front door. And you'll walk into the front door and have 2 accesses to the 2 individual units according to the residential code proper. So it can be a safe access.
So Mr. Bliss, what about parking for this structure? Is there off-street parking? Does this duplex start to burden the neighborhood in some way?
Typically he sees that he's going to need 2 parking spots. His zoning requirement is for 2 parking spots, although Anna have gone through this and discussed it for this particular property. The zoning code allows for an exemption in these pre-51, I believe, platted properties, which it sounds like will be honored. So we'll get 1 credit for 1 parking spot. And then you get, for these renovations, you get 1 credit according to the code for a parking spot existing, whether or not it's on the property or not. So in this particular property, we're not planning on adding any parking, and it's never had any parking. So the current units, the individuals park on the street and they'll continue parking on the street. So yes, it's possible there could be an increased load, but this particular neighborhood and up and down that street, it's not an issue today, and it doesn't look like it's going to be an issue in the future, given kind of what you can see happening along Benton in that particular area.
Okay, board members, understand the request, have questions? Yes, Mr. Goritz.
Mr. Bliss, will there be a back door for either both units or one unit?
Yes, I don't see why there wouldn't be. Is there maybe an underlying question around that?
Just an emergency exit or just
Of course.
exit?
Yeah, typically we leave the front door. The back door stays, so the unit in the first floor ends up getting the back door. In some cases, we haven't done this on one of our projects recently because we try to not do additions. In some cases, we end up doing an addition off the back to put a deck on, and then you have an access from the second floor from the back. Typically, the second floor has a singular access down through the protected corridor down to the front where that shared door is. But also, we do have to upgrade by the residential code. If the windows at the second floor are not emergency egress capable, given that they're not the 5.7 square feet, we do upgrade those windows to make sure that they are compliant, and you will be able to get out from a ladder in a fire truck in the case of a fire, and you can't use a single protected exit.
So they are taking the protection and safety then?
Certainly. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Any other questions? Hearing no other questions, I would entertain a motion on this matter.
Madam Chair, in case number 00111, I move that the application be granted in accordance with staff report and site plan.
I have a motion from Mr. Kelleher. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Goritz. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. The request has been granted. Thank you, Mr. Bliss.
Thank you so much for your time, all of you.
All right.
I'll be back in 1 minute.
Okay. All right. We're going to we'll take a brief break here, and we'll be right back with the next case.
Oh, are we taking a break?
Yeah, I think just 1 second. Mike will be right back.
Okay.
I do want to keep moving since we're trying to get out of here before 5 today.
Yeah.
My goal is, and Joe knows this, by Christmas, we're going to be caught up, right, Joe?
We are. We think we'll be caught up after our next meeting.
Yeah, so that's a good thing. Need the public, public needs our services, so we got to get this caught up, so.
Yeah, some of these have been an endurance contest.
Well, we've had cases that have had lots of public input, right?
Yep.
Which is good. Citizens should care in the city in which they live, so.
Indeed. Indeed. Well.
He's not back yet.
I'll be right back again.
Yeah, you're fine. Yeah, I'll wait for both of you guys. Oh, there he's back.
Oh, nope, okay.
Okay, just give us a minute, and then I'll take a longer break here in just a minute, okay? That's
Yeah, I'm
okay.
good.
Okay.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Tom.
I don't have the sheet with the
subjects on it. My other computer, when I turn it on, it killed the computer.
Okay,
So I only had one. That's why I went down a while ago. So I had to turn it off. So
okay, I'll watch. Okay, I didn't even notice. I'm sorry. Okay, but you weren't gone for very long, right?
but I was trying to get back on fast. Yes.
Okay, all right. Okay,
Thank
well,
you.
I'll keep an eye on this today. It seems to have, we all have a little bit of problems today, it sounds like. Okay, all right, guys, let's go to the next case, which is item number 22, case number 116. The address is 6519 Valley Road. Would the applicant please raise their hand to be promoted, as well as any other persons who are here to either support or oppose this request for a variance?
Madam Chair, I've promoted the only person that raised their hand, which is
Okay.
JCLC Homes.
Okay. To the individual that is JCLC Homes, would you please turn on your camera and microphone so we can identify you? Oh, okay, there's two of you. Okay. Good morning, folks. Can you
Good morning.
can you each state your name separately for the record, please?
Yes, I am John Roachka.
And I'm Carrie Roachka.
Okay, good morning. Would you
Good
both
morning.
please raise your right hands? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
Thank you. All right, Mr. and Mrs. Roachka, have you seen the staff report that has been created as it relates to your request for variance?
Yes, we have.
Okay, if you would turn to page 3. And before I get there, I forgot this question again. We only have 4 board members currently to hear your case. We have a quorum. You've probably been online and heard my little spiel. So
Yes.
do you wish to go forward with the 4 of us, or would you like a continuance?
We would like to move forward, please.
Okay,
Thank you.
great, thanks. All right. So then back to my question. The administrative exhibits found on page 3 of the staff report, they number 1 through 9. Do you have any objection to those being admitted for the board to consider your case this morning?
We do not.
Okay, exhibits 1 through 9 will be admitted. And Jared, let's start with your PowerPoint then, please, when you're ready.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before us, we have docket item number 22. This is located at 6519 Valley Road, zoning district R-6. The applicant is seeking a variance to the rear yard setback, as well as accessory structure separation. This is the location of the subject site. It's in the Midtown Waldo area plan. This is a closer view of the subject site. It's actually just 5 or 6 houses north of my previous variance that I presented earlier. Let's see. So this is a closer view of the subject site, which I've included just for clarity's sake, as the site plan is a little bit hard to read. This is the house, and then there is a garage here. The addition will be built here. So now I'll go on to the site plan. The addition is striped here to the north. It would be built in the rear yard setback and also would be within 10 feet of the existing accessory structure, the garage there. It would make the separation distance 2 feet and 10 inches rather than 10 feet. So these are the case factors for variance A, the rear setback. It would be 2.5 feet into the rear yard setback. A substantial change is not anticipated to the character of the neighborhood. The proposed addition could not be built without the variance. This is variance B's case factors. It's 2 feet and 10 inches from the accessory structure. A substantial change is not anticipated. The proposed addition could not be built without the variance. With that, I conclude my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jared. And again, Jared, in this situation, I ask this frequently, but if this was attached to the garage, would we have a variance issue?
We wouldn't for the rear yard setback, but we would for the
Side yard.
for the spacing between the accessory structure and the home has to be 10 feet. So
All right.
there would just be one variance.
Okay. Okay. So folks, tell the board, what's this addition? Why do you-
Absolutely. So what we are doing, our clients are a little bit older and they're wanting to age in place. So what we're trying to achieve here is we're going to add a bathroom on the lower level so they don't have to go up and down the stairs. And if we show a screen, we can actually show.
Can we share?
If we share,
Yeah,
if
I
we-
just need to mark it as an exhibit and then you're gonna have to send a copy into Jared. So let's mark this as exhibit 10. Is it what is it, a site plan? What is it?
It's going to be a site plan, and then it's going to show you what we are building, an architectural plan. It's going to show you that it's like a mud room and a bathroom.
Okay.
And we're restricted. We can't do this on the side of the house. So we've explored other areas of the house. But this is really the only area where we can achieve this on the lower level.
Okay. You can share your screen. We'll mark that as exhibit 10 and it will be admitted, and then just send a copy to Jared. Okay.
Okay. And then the house, just the house right next to it, let's see, that would be to the north, has done the exact same thing. So we'll show you a picture of that, where their garage is close. It's within the 10 feet. I think it's at 6 feet right now. And they got that variance approved, the Fletchers did that. I can't remember what year, but it's the adjoining neighbor. It's the same situation.
Hold on here, you guys, 1 sec. I'm trying to share the screen. I don't know.
In the structure that we will be building, Madam Chair, it will match the exact house with the same hip line roof, the same details in the soffits. It's got, I think I heard you mention you live pretty close in the area. So there's a lot of character to these houses. So we will be building the exact same. You won't even know that it was added on. It's going to look exactly like the existing house.
You guys, I'm having trouble sharing the screen. Is there something to this that I'm not? I mean, we have a Mac.
Well, you have to have it pulled up and then you have to share screen and then you have to select that screen.
Yeah,
You do that.
we're
Yeah, we
doing
do.
that. When we open the system, it won't. Jared, this is something that we had sent you, Jared, the same exact. Do you?
But let me look through my files and see what I have.
Yeah, I mean, this is
Exact same thing that we sent.
it's what we had sent you. I'm sorry. We might have an older laptop that's not allowing but I don't know why. The sharing.
No problem. I'll share what I
Okay.
have here. Give me 1 moment.
Oh, that would be great. Thank you, Jared.
And I can resend it if I need to. Apologize. That's what happened here. Contact them.
Mhm.
There we go.
Is this what you all are looking for?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
So this shows you guys the quality and integrity of keeping the neighborhood, keeping the style of the house consistent on all.
From
You
the
know-
from the soffit details, there's details on the soffit. We would put that exact detail on to the hip line roof.
To the shutters,
It'll just continue and look aesthetically.
along
pleasing.
with some brick detail that we will carry consistently throughout the 4 sides of the addition.
You two you're kind of talking right over top of each other. Can one of you talk at a time? Sorry,
Right, right,
Court
right.
reporter has to take this off. Yeah.
That's something we often do, right?
I understand.
Being married and in business. I was saying just the integrity and the style of the home will be kept on all 4 sides of the addition, whether it is the shutters, the brick detail, the roof, and the soffit detail.
Okay. All right. Anything else you want us to see?
Yeah, if you go down on this slide, you can see, like we were saying, the homeowners, there's a second slide that shows the actual floor plan. The homeowners have, I think if you click one more down, there's,
I think this is all I have. I put what I have in the staff report.
okay.
Okay, so we'll just have to deal with what we have. Okay, so this will be, we can mark this as exhibit 10 so that we have it referenced, but.
Okay, so there's the floor plan. Hit this one right there. Jared, that was it. So this is the floor plan showing the homeowners have a kitchen that's existing. And then because they are wanting to stay in Brookside and, have this, like age in place home, we are adding a full bathroom on the lower level and we are adding laundry as well. And so that is the floor plan there that shows those 2.
Okay. All right, board members, do you understand this request or have further questions for the applicant? If you have no further questions, I would entertain a motion.
Madam Chair, in case number 00114, I move that the application be granted in accordance with staff report and site plan.
Okay, hold on a second. I want to check the number of the thing. I had a different number, case number. I thought it was 116.
You're correct. I was.
Okay, that's all right. All right, same motion though. Okay. All right, with that clarification, do I have a second to Mr. Kelleher's motion?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Stiller. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. The request has been granted. Thank you, folks.
Thank you.
Thank you guys for your time.
All right. So to the board and staff, did you need a longer break now? Should I take a longer break for everyone at this time? Or are you all good to go for a few more cases?
I'm okay.
I think we're good to go for a few more cases. All right, I'm going to keep going. Let's go to docket item number 23, case number 117, with an address of 1805 Washington Street. Would the applicant please raise their hand to be promoted, along with all other parties who are here in either support or opposition of this request for variance?
Madam Chair, I'm not seeing the applicant online right now.
Okay, is this an architect that we have missing?
Yes.
Okay, why don't we hold this case and see if we can reach out to them, since that way we'll come back to them. Okay, I'll hold that one. Let's keep moving forward then. Let's go to item 24, case number 119, with an address of 10450 North Hardesty Avenue. Would the applicant and all persons interested in either supporting or opposing this request for variance, please raise your hand to be promoted. Is anyone promoting?
He's raising his hand, but I do not have privileges to promote.
Did we lose Joe?
One second. Sorry about this.
It's okay.
I've promoted him.
Oh, thanks, Joe. All right, so I don't see him yet. Okay. Mr. Ferreira, can you hear me? Can you turn on your microphone and camera, please? Mr. Ferreira, can you hear me? I can see you now. I still can't hear you. No.
How about now?
I can hear you now. I think I'm going to start a commercial that says I can hear you now. Kidding. All right, Mr. Ferreira, could you state your name for the record, please?
Joseph D. Ferrara.
Ferrara. Mr. Ferrara, would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Sir, today there are 4 board members currently that could hear your case. This is a quorum, so we can hear your case. But if you would wish to have a 5-member panel, we can give you a continuance since we're short a member at the present time. What would you like to do?
Let's move forward.
Okay, thank you, sir. Sir, have you had a chance to review the staff report that was created as it relates with your request for variance today?
I have.
Okay, if you would look with me to page 3 of that report, there is a list of items that number 1 through 10. Those are exhibits that are administrative exhibits that are connected to your case. Do you have any objection to those being admitted so the board can have those as it considers the case today?
I do not.
Okay. Exhibits 1 through 10 will be admitted. And Anna, when you're ready, let's start with your PowerPoint and then we'll hear from our applicant.
Thank you. Okay, docket item number 24 focuses on 10450 North Hardesty Avenue. The property is currently zoned R7.5 and the applicant is seeking approval of a variance to the maximum height of a detached garage. So the property is located in the northern portion of Kansas City. This is a close-up of the property on North Hardesty Avenue. It is highlighted in yellow. This is a rural neighborhood within the Northland. You can see I-435 over to the right. This is some photos of where the applicant and property owner is looking to site the detached garage. Cute dog over here. This is a section of the proposed detached garage. It is in a barn type style. So per the zoning code, a detached garage can be 16 feet in height, and the applicant is proposing a detached garage of 24.4 feet. Thus, the variance amount is 8.4 feet. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Anna. Okay, sir, why do you need such a big garage?
I'm sorry, say that again.
I said, why do you need such a large garage?
Well, it's mostly an equipment storage facility. Because to mow the property and just for maintenance purposes, we have a tractor and a multitude of implements that we don't want to just leave out in the open. So we want to store them inside. Right now we have a storage bin that we're keeping all in. So we're trying to get rid of the storage bin and put something more permanent. Problem being is that I only have basically one site that I can build it that's relatively flat because I'm trying to keep the costs down. If I move it anywhere else to make it larger, I would have to put in a full foundation, which is really not a do-it-yourself project. So that's how we kind of ended up at the flat site, and we're to get a decent amount of storage space. We added the second floor, and we wanted it to fit in with the area, which is mostly rural. So we're basically building a red barn that's more of an equipment barn than anything.
So what is the second story? How is that going to be configured?
It's just open space. It's just open floor space for storage. It'll have shelves and things like that in it.
Okay. And you broke up a little bit because your screen froze. So you said you had some outside farm implements that you were going to store in there?
We do, yeah. Right now they're being stored in a storage container. So we're trying to get the storage container off the property and have a more permanent location.
And how many acres do you have at that location?
I have 8 acres. My father-in-law has the 8 acres next to me, and then jointly we own the 25 acres behind us.
Okay, and so that's what you use these farm implements for, to maintain all of that property?
Correct.
Okay. Have you had any comments from any of your adjoining property owners about what you're proposing to build?
Other than my father-in-law, no, but he's all for it because he has mowers to store in there as well. The nearest neighbor, the nearest house is about 700 feet away. So.
Okay, that's what I was going to ask you based on the overhead. How close is anybody? All right.
Yeah.
Okay, but you're not planning to use this garage to operate a business out of or store business equipment, anything of that nature, correct?
No, it's just storage, and it's, we thought about that because I thought about making the garage doors larger for maybe a future owner of the home. But I didn't want to get it any taller than it already is because the doors right now are 10 feet, which really is not tall enough to store any equipment, not even an RV. So, but I didn't want to push it by trying to get a 12-foot door. So that's why, so no, it couldn't even store really big equipment, even if I wanted to in it.
Okay, and you understand that that's not allowed, right? That you're not to run and store business equipment in that property, right?
Correct. It's like I said, it's just agricultural, if you will, lawn mowers more than anything.
Okay.
For the mowing the property.
Board members, do you have questions for the applicant? Okay, then I would entertain a motion on this request.
Madam Chair, in case number
119.
19, I move the application be granted in accordance with staff report and site plan.
I have a motion for Mr. Kelleher. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second for Mr. Gorentz. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. The request has been granted. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right. Let's move then to item number 26, case number 94, with an address of 5000 North Oakley Avenue. Would the applicant please raise their hand to be promoted, as well as any other person who is present today who either supports or opposes this request for variance?
Madam Chair, I promoted what I believe is the applicant.
Okay. Is it Mr. or Mrs. Pacheco?
Yeah, it's Pacheco.
Pacheco. Okay, can you turn on your camera, please, so we can see you? And
Yes, absolutely.
okay. Okay, yes, I can see you. Now your microphone is off, so turn that back on. Oh, there you go. Okay. Sir, can you state your name, please?
My name is James Ayala Pacheco.
Okay, and would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Sir, today we have currently we have 4 board members that can hear your case. It's a quorum, so we can hear it. You can have 5 board members to give yourself some options, but you can choose to waive that. What is your preference today?
I'd like to go ahead.
Okay, thank you, sir. All right, sir, have you reviewed the staff report that has been created as it relates to your case?
I have, yes.
Okay, on the 3rd page, on the 4th page of that document, there is a list of administrative exhibits that number 1 through 9. Do you have any objection to those being admitted so the board can consider those as we hear your case today?
No.
Okay. Exhibits 1 through 9 will be admitted, and Anna, you have this one as well. So if you go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, so docket item number 26 focuses on 5000 North Oakley Avenue. The property is currently zoned R-5. The applicant is seeking several variances to the accessory structure siting requirements within the code. The property is also located in the northern portion of Kansas City, kind of towards Liberty and Claycomo. This is a close-up of the subject site here at the corner, highlighted in yellow, at the intersection of Northeast 50th Street and North Oakley Avenue. You can see I-35 over to the left. These are some photos of the subject site. So this image is looking west, and this is the accessory structure in question. This one is looking north. This is also a photo of the property, the single family home, the accessory structure looking south. And then this is some additional photos provided by the property owner. These photos were taken by the investigator when they got cited for a code case in regarding to the siting of this accessory structure. So these photos from the applicant show, like, you know, if you were a car looking at either direction, north or south, and a rough estimate of where the accessory structure is located on the corner. So now it's time for the variances. Per our code, accessory structures cannot be sited in the front or street side yard, and they are proposing a complete variance from that requirement because the subject site is within the front and street side yard. Now, it is worth noting, let me go back a little bit, that the front property line faces Northeast 50th Street, but due to the property's orientation, the property faces the street side yard, and this is the front side yard technically, and this is the general location of the subject accessory structure. So then the accessory structure also needs some variances in regards to the front and street yard setback. The maximum front yard setback is 25 feet. They're proposing 2 feet, which is a variance of 23 feet. There's also a variance to the street side yard. 15 feet is that requirement. It is currently at the 10 feet mark, which results, I apologize, that is a typo, a variance of 5 feet. And then the last variance is to the maximum area of an accessory structure within this district. 200 square feet is the maximum. The accessory structure is 400 square feet, which requires a variance in the amount of 200 square feet. And that concludes my presentation.
Thanks, Anna. And just so that the board is aware, the staff report has the 5-foot reference that Anna's slide was incorrect, but the staff report is correct. So when you're making your motion, you have the right references in the report. All right, sir, what is this accessory structure and why was it built without a building permit?
So we were unaware of like needing a building permit. I think that just comes with, this is my mom's first home. And so there is no shed like in the property. And so we needed a shed for all of like the gardening equipment, and like they like to go camping a lot. So they have like just storage for all that like in there as well. And then I'm sorry, what was the follow-up question? I apologize.
Why do you need it and why was it built without a permit?
Okay, so we need it for storage, just for all the like additional equipment. And the fact that it was built there is mainly because if you look at the aerial view of that home, that like that's the only pretty much like piece of like lawn, I guess, that it can be built on. And so
Does the home have a garage
it
space?
does have a garage, yes.
And does it have a basement?
No, it does not.
Okay, so it's built on slab.
Mhm.
Is that a yes? Sorry.
Yes, it is.
Okay, sorry. Okay. Have the neighbors made complaints about the structure?
Not that I know of.
So you don't park any cars in this. It is simply just a shed that you can store. Do you store lawn equipment, you said, in it?
Yes, that is correct. Mhm.
Okay. All right, board members, questions? Hearing no questions, I would entertain a motion.
Madam Chair, in case number 00094, I move the application be granted in accordance with staff report and site plan.
I have a motion from Mr. Kelleher. Do I have a second?
Second.
A second from Mr. Stiller. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. The request has been granted. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Thanks, you too.
Thank you.
All right, let's take just a brief break now. We've been going a little over an hour and a half. And so let's take a 5-minute break and then we will be back for the next case. And if anyone's heard from anyone that we had passed over, let us know and we'll go backwards. If not, we'll start with item number 28 when we resume in about 5 minutes, okay?
We can take case number 23 after the break.
Okay, then we'll take 23 and then 28. Thank you, Anna.
23.
When everyone is back, please turn on your cameras so I know we're ready to go. Thanks.
Okay, I'm ready.
Anna and Jared, are you back?
Yes.
Okay, okay. It looks like we're ready to go then. Okay. All right, let's go back to docket number 23, which is case number 117, and with an address of 1805 Washington Street. Would the applicant please raise their hand to be promoted, as well as all persons online today, either in support or opposition of this request for variance?
Madam Chair, I am promoting the applicant.
Okay, thank you, Joe.
Zoom does have a new feature requiring you to accept the promotion. There you go.
I think you
Thank
said
you.
it. Mr. Sloggy, can you hear me? Oh, yep. Can you turn your microphone, sir? Okay,
Yes, I can.
now I can hear you too. Okay, can you state your name for the record, please?
Scott John Sloggy.
Okay, and would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Sir, we have 4 board members currently, so that's a quorum. We can hear the case. Do you wish to waive your right to have 5 board members hear the case and proceed, or do you want a continuance?
I do.
You
I
want
wish to waive.
Okay, all right, all right. Have you read the staff report that has been created as it relates to the application here?
Yes,
Okay, do you have any objection to the admission of the 9 administrative exhibits listed on the 3rd page of that report?
I do not.
Okay, exhibits 1 through 9 will be admitted. Anna, let's have your PowerPoint and then we'll listen to Mr. Sloggy further, okay?
Oh, Mr. Sloggy, did you elect to wait?
Waive.
So
No,
there's a
Waive.
waive, sorry, okay. I was like, oh no.
No, he did. He said waive. We're good.
Thank you. Sorry for misunderstanding. So docket item number 23 focuses on 1805 Washington Street. The subject site is currently zoned M1-5. The applicant is seeking approval of a variance to the street side yard setback to accommodate the proposed development of 8 townhomes. The subject site is located in the midtown, almost downtown portion of Kansas City, kind of towards the west side neighborhood. The subject site is highlighted in yellow. You can see Broadway Boulevard over here to the east. We have the Kauffman Center, which is off screen to the north, and I-35 to the west. This is a photo of the rear portion of the site. If you were looking like in the parking lot towards the building. And this is to the front elevation. Townhomes, covered porches. And this is a site plan provided by the applicant. The subject variance is highlighted in green. And I also want to mention that the front yard of this property is off Washington Street. The street side yard is off 18th Street. The rear yard is over here off this alley. And the interior side yard is the southern property line. So porches and balconies, they can extend into the front yard of a building less than 10 feet, but they cannot in the side yard. So the side yard would be 15 feet, but the proposed variance is 5.7 feet to accommodate for those porches. So there is a request of a variance of 9.83 feet. And this is a change from the staff report because I did have a typo in the original staff report. And that concludes my presentation.
Okay, so that's just, there's only the one variance, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so it should be 9.83 feet. Okay.
Correct.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Sloggy, why do you believe the board should grant this variance request?
Well, first off, the owner to the south of us, there's a site plan, I think Anna can pull back up there. He has some improvements, some hardscape improvements that encroach upon our property on the south side. And it was shown in our survey. So the first thing we thought would be, as good neighbors, to provide some relief and allow for his offsite improvements to still be there so that we can move and shift our parking lot and our building closer to the north. Second thing is that the de facto property line really for the north property is the edge of the sidewalk. The property line right now is inset somewhat from the sidewalk. And because we have the same design for both Washington and for 18th Street, we felt that we still have all the requisite improvements with the covered porches that Ms. Nosky had identified, and still proper green space to allow for the setback necessary that would feel comfortable with both 18th Street and with Washington. And by doing that, we also provide a little bit more tolerance for our parking lot, even though we have dimensions that allow for that parking lot's geometry to work properly for parking and for entry into the garages. This gave us a little bit more tolerance to be able to properly navigate around that parking lot. So we didn't think that we were really asking for something that was too draconian, to try and be better neighbors to the neighbor to the south, still have a proper setback along 18th Street, and allow for a better navigation for the parking lot.
And Mr. Sloggy, are there any of the adjoining property owners that are concerned about this proposed design and variance?
Not that we're aware of.
And you said the gentleman with the hardscape issues, I'm sorry, what property line is that on again?
That's the south property line or the side yard as was noted in the report.
Okay. Okay. All right. Board members, do you understand this request or have questions for Mr. Sloggy? Okay. Then I would entertain a motion. I would just remind you that the staff report is inaccurate. It's rather than a 15-foot, that the variance is 9.83 feet, correct, Donna? Okay.
Correct.
So I'd entertain a motion.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Mr. Stiller.
I would move that the board, in case number 94, I move that the board grant a 9.83 or a 9-foot 10-inch north side yard setback variance in accordance with staff report and site plan.
I have a motion from Mr. Stiller. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Gortz. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. The request is granted. Thank you, Mr. Sloggy.
Thank you.
All right. Let's keep moving forward. And just so the folks online understand sort of the schedule today, we're going to take cases up until 12 noon. Then we're going to take a lunch break, and then we'll return and take all the remaining cases. So we're going to keep going here. I don't think we'll finish before lunch on everybody's case. So I just warning people that if you're further down the docket, there might be an hour break before we come back and hear your case. Okay. All right. So let's go to docket number 28. It's got a case number of 121 and a street address of 4646 Roanoke Parkway. Would the applicant please raise their hand to be promoted, as well as any other person who is here to support or oppose this request for variance?
I'm promoting Matthew Good and Richard Hernandez.
Okay. Mr. Good, can you turn on your camera, please? And can you, sir, can you turn on your microphone? I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
I can, sir. Thank you so much. Can you state your name?
Actually, my name's Patrick Murray.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
That's all right. Matt works for me.
Okay. And I'm sorry, you said Patrick Murray, correct?
Murray.
Thank you.
And I represent KC Sign Express.
Okay.
Contractor that has been hired by Lua Cursos, the law firm.
Okay.
To do this monument sign.
Okay. Hold on just a second. Let me see if Mr. Hernandez, I thought there was someone named Mr. Hernandez is also. Mr. Hernandez, can you turn on your microphone and camera, please, so I can understand why you're here?
Yes, I'm not turning on my camera. I was on the other case. I stepped away. When I came back to raise my hand, you guys had already voted.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. I'm sorry we missed you. I apologize. If you're not here, we can't see your hand.
I was going to oppose it too, but.
Okay. All right. All right, Mr. Murray, we're going to come back to you. Sir, would you, just for the record, then state your name, please, for me again, so we can get started here. Mr. Murray, can you state your name for the record, please?
Yes, it's Patrick Murray.
Okay. Would you raise your right hand to be sworn?
Yes.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Sir, currently we have 4 board members that can hear this case, which is a quorum. If you wish to have five board members, we can give you a continuance and take your case at a later time. You're okay to go forward today and waive your right to 5 members. Okay. All right. Then, sir, have you reviewed the staff report that has been created as it relates to this request for a variance?
Yes.
Okay. On the 3rd page of that report, there's a list of administrative exhibits that number 1 through 9, items about the case. Do you have any objection to my admitting those so the board can consider those and reaching a decision today on this case?
No, I do not.
Okay, exhibits 1 through 9 will be admitted. And Anna, I think this is your case. So let's start with you and then we'll have questions for Mr. Murray.
Thank you. Okay, docket item number 28 focuses on 4646 Roanoke Parkway. The existing zoning is B1-1, and the applicant is seeking approval of a sign variance to the maximum size of a monument sign within a non-residentially zoned district. The site is located in the plaza area of Kansas City. This is a close-up of the subject property. You see it at the intersection of Bellevue Avenue and Roanoke Parkway. This is an entrance, sort of like the western entrance to the Country Club Plaza over here, with the Cancer Survivors Park down to the south. And the subject sign is going on this lot right to the south of 4646 Roanoke Parkway. This is an aerial image provided by the applicant where you can see some outlines of where the subject sign is proposed to be located and its correspondence to some of the traffic signal lights. This is a Google Street View image of the property that was taken in June of 2021. This is an image of if you were a car on West 47th Street looking towards the building in question and where the sign is proposed to be located. And this is an image of the sign in question. It is a monument sign displaying the firm's name. So a monument sign in this district can be a maximum of 50 square feet. They are proposing a 66.5 square foot sign requiring a variance of 16.5 square feet. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Anna. Mr. Murray, why do you need the extra 16.5 square feet? What's the need for that?
Well, actually, a lot of times these signs are if you look at the overall size of the sign at 60 square feet, the copy area that says the Accurso Law Firm is actually 17 square feet. And over the years, I will show you one that was recently approved where the city doesn't take in the total square footage of the structure, but just takes in the square footage of the message area, the sign area. Obviously, you have to have a positive and negative space. So with the freestanding sign, you have to have the background area to mount the lettering onto. So what I am asking for is a variance to just look at the area of the actual lettering of the sign, which is the 17 square feet, rather than 17.4 square feet, rather than incorporating the entire structure that the sign letters will be mounted on. I can show you a photograph here.
Okay, let's mark that as Exhibit 10. And then Mr. Murray, you'll just need to email a copy of that photograph to Anna so that we have it in the record. Okay, so Exhibit 10 will be admitted. If you can share your screen, that would be fine.
Yes. This is a superimposed view of the property. As you know, right now, that property is all vacant lot. It was 3 parcels, which Lou Accurso owns and had all of the zoning changed to fit within the approval for the signage. And also, as you can see, he's added quite a bit of landscaping onto that area to surround the proposed sign and to make the general property look quite a bit better. Obviously, he's added a lot of grass and other additional landscaping to the property also. As I show you, take you to another sign that we just, not this one, but this one here. This was just recently approved in the last few months that shows another variance that we got with the city where the signage area was we were over the signage area in that the individual tenant panel signage fit within the approved area, but then the Pioneer Plaza lettering did not. And so we had to go for a variance, but they weren't including the entire structure of the sign as signage, so to speak, in the approval of the variance. And I've got for you here the copy of both the sign permit that was then secured, and also a copy of the variance approval that was submitted and approved to us, which I can again forward to Anna.
Okay, Mr. Murray, the photograph is gonna be exhibit 10, and this other case, I'm gonna mark that all of those pages as exhibit 11.
That'll be fine.
Okay. All right, anything else you wanna show us?
No, this is pretty much a standard. I've been through several of these things over the years. I've been in the sign business for 40 some years here, and it's a process where you run into something like this. Generally, they've looked down it favorably that we just use the signage square footage as the tabulation for this.
Okay, if you can stop sharing your screen. Mr. Murray, I have a question. So I noticed there is the name, the Accurso Law Firm on the side of the building. Is that going to stay as well?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Accurso owns all this properties, all these buildings. He, unfortunately, he's in trial today, so he shouldn't be here to respond.
Okay. And I mean, it's within the ordinance to have a wall sign and a monument sign, correct?
Yes, it is.
Anna? Is that correct? Yeah. Okay. All right, board members, I think this is the request. I think you understand it, but do you have questions for Mr. Murray? Yes, Mr. Stiller, you're silenced. If you would turn your microphone on.
Yes, struggling there. I had a question for staff, and to remind me, can you have is this all one property now? Have they been combined, or are these two separate pieces of property? And if they're separate, can you have a sign on a separate piece of property that's advertising for another property?
The properties are underneath common ownership. So they're going to be combined, is what I've been informed.
They're going to be. Did I hear that correctly? But they're not now. So.
Right, yeah, it would be considered an offsite advertising until it's combined, which is not permitted.
Yeah, so Mr. Murray, when is this property going to be combined into one property?
They already, from my understanding, they went to the county and had everything rezoned so that it is all one property.
So they
and
had
I might add, by the way, in the construction of this structure, the only thing that lights are the individual letters. The background structure is not illuminated.
Okay. I think what we probably need, Mr. Murray, is proof that the lots have been combined into one lot. Do you have a deed that you could provide us today that we could mark in as exhibit?
Yes, I can get that to you.
Okay, is that something you can share with us now?
I don't have it, but I can get it from Mr. Accurso. I've been privy to it, so I know that it's happened.
Okay, well, we kind of need to have that before we can make a ruling. So that's why I'm wondering if it's something, I know you said Mr. Accurso is in trial today. Is there someone in his office that could send that to you quickly so that we can mark it as an exhibit?
Yes.
Okay, so why don't we take just a brief break for you and let you get that, and then we'll finish this case.
Very good, thank you.
Okay, if you can be back with us in a few. Okay.
I will.
Let's give him a minute. I guess we could try to take another case, but I don't. We just see how long it takes. because Anna and Joe, you haven't seen that on,
Ma'am,
yes.
if you want to take another case and come back to me, that'll give me time to get this all.
Okay,
taken.
that's fine. We can recess your case. Yeah, we'll do that. Okay, we're gonna put number 28 in abeyance and we'll come back to you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Murray, just turn your microphone and your camera down. We'll leave you promoted. And then when you come back and we see you pop on, stay quiet. I'll know you're back and ready for us to continue. Okay.
Very good. Thank you.
We might be in the middle of another case.
Very
All right.
good. Thank you.
Let's call docket item number 30, case number 124 with an address of 243 East 72nd Terrace, with the applicant and all other parties who are interested in this case either to support it or oppose it, please raise your hand to be promoted.
I've promoted David Suroff.
Thank you. Mr. Suroff, can you hear me? If you can you please turn on your microphone and camera?
Good morning. The computer said rejoining and I thought the whole thing was rebooting, but
No,
Here I
that's a new feature in Zoom. We have to allow you in, but then you have to accept our invitation. They make things more complicated as we go on. Okay, so sir, could you state your name, please?
sure, it's David Suroff, Suroff.
Okay, Mr. Suroff, would you please raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Sir, have you reviewed the staff report that has been created as it relates to your request for variance in this matter?
I have.
Okay. If you would look to page 3 and 4, there's a list of administrative exhibits, items connected to your case that we as board members need to review in hearing your case today. Do you have any objection to my admitting those 9 exhibits in this matter?
No, a comment on Exhibit 8 is just that it doesn't include certain things I submitted with the application, but I can get to that a little bit later.
Okay, that's fine. Well, we can always clarify. All right, so exhibits 1 through 9 will be admitted. And we do have a PowerPoint. Najma, let's start there. And then Mr. Suroff, we'll hear further from you. Okay?
Thank you.
All right, Najma, when you're ready. You're muted, Najma. Okay, there you are.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
I can hear you now. Sorry.
That's okay.
I know.
I'm trying to, there we go. Okay. So docket item number 30 is in relation to location 243 East 72nd Terrace, existing in the R5 zoning district. The applicant is seeking approval of variances to the code lot and building standards for accessory structures in residential districts. The subject site is located in the Country Club Waldo area of the city. This is the subject site. As you can see, one house off of Oak Street to the west. These are images of the subject site so that you all can visualize the variances that are being requested. The first variance is a variance to the side yard setback requirements and what is allowed to impose on the side yard setback. The second variance is to the rules for accessory dwelling units and their proximity to the principal structure and other accessory, not accessory dwelling unit, accessory structures and other accessory structures on the property. The third variance is to the height of the structure. The fourth variance is to the size of the structure. And the fifth variance is again to the accessory structure requirements as to the distance between the principal structure shown, the house, and the accessory structure shown in this color here. Variance A is a variance to the required interior side property setback of 1.5 feet. The proposed interior side property setback is 0 feet, and the variance is in the amount of 1.5 feet. Variance B, the required distance between accessory structures is 10 feet. This variance is in relation to the garage. I also want to mention before I go further, the final variance is not in the staff report. I erred and did not include that, but it is included here on these slides, Madam Chair. Moving forward, variance B in reference to the garage, there's a required distance between accessory structures of 10 feet. The proposed distance between the accessory structures is about 1.42 feet, with a variance in the amount of 8.54 feet about. All of these are estimates because we were unable to scale the site plan through our technologies here, city staff. Variance C is a variance to the maximum height of an accessory structure, which is 10 feet. The proposed height of this accessory structure is 10.34 feet, asking for a variance in the amount of 0.34 feet. The fourth variance is the variance to the amount of the maximum building footprint for accessory structures, which is 200 square feet. Proposed site building footprint is up to about 240 square feet, asking for a variance in the amount of about 40 square feet, excuse me. The final variance is the distance between the structure and the house. The required distance between accessory structures is about is 10 feet, and the proposed distance between the accessory structures between the house and this proposed carport is about 9.97 feet, and this variance in the amount of approximately, my apologies here, another typo, 0.03 feet. That concludes my presentation.
Okay, and Najma, you said the last variant should be 0.03 feet rather than 0.3 feet?
Right, 0.03, yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right, all right. All right, thank you. Mr. Suroff, why do you believe we should grant this variance? What are you trying to do here?
So basically, this is just a carport that would be in front of the detached garage. I did submit a photo of what, so this carport would be made up of 2 separate gazebos, and I submitted a photo of what the gazebo looks like in addition to that measurement schematic.
We have that photo.
Okay, and I have some comments about exhibits. Do you want me to get into that before I provide argument?
I just need to understand why you think we should grant all these variances. So if you want to do your presentation, you can, that's fine.
Okay, so I wanted to share with you some, well, I think you already have those 2 photos. I don't know if they're listed as exhibits. That I took and submitted showing the property from the street and then showing the property or showing the garage area from my driveway.
No, we don't have those. We just have the photograph of the proposed gazebo and we have the diagram of the gazebo. If you have photographs you want to admit, we can do that, but you'll need to share your screen.
Yes,
they were a part of my presentation, Madam Chair.
Oh, they were? Okay, I didn't see those. I apologize.
So could those
I
be
can bring
exhibits?
them back up.
Okay, why don't you bring those back up so we can see those?
Sure. They're, Mr. Suroff, they're part of the exhibit. I forget which number, but as part of my presentation that admits them as an exhibit.
Your PowerPoint is probably number 9, I think.
Yeah.
Okay. Then I would ask if I can submit exhibits 10, 11, 12, and 13, and I can share my screen to show what they are.
What are they before you do that?
3 of them are letters from neighbors in support, and 1 of them is a memorandum by me of a conversation with a neighbor.
Are those letters notarized?
No, but I reviewed the board rules and regulations, and I believe that in the rules, the only thing that's required to be notarized is a petition. There's no reference anywhere in the rules about letters being notarized.
Yeah, no, that's incorrect. All written submissions in support or opposition have to be notarized. So.
Well, I didn't see that in the rules, but I do know that hearsay is allowed, so I'd like to be able to at least read the letters into evidence.
Again, you can tell me that you have neighbors in support. I'm not going to have you read from documents that in essence.
I'll read them. I can tell you.
I'm sorry. So you have neighbors, you can tell us if you have neighbors in support, but reading their support letters is not going to be allowed. So just if you have someone you could tell us about, that's fine, but I'm not having you read those documents. Does that make sense? Because we're not admitting those.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So neighbors directly across the street at 242 East 72nd Terrace, which would have the most direct view of the carport, which is 2 gazebos making up the carport, were Jenny Hellman and Dennis Dunmeyer. I showed them my plans. I showed them a photo of what it would look like. They approved. They wrote me a letter. They've since sold their house to John and Kimberly Morfit. I spoke with them back on October 11th, described the project, showed them the same documents. Mr. Morfis also gave his approval. To the immediate east of that residence at 238 East 72nd Terrace, so on the north side of 72nd Terrace, right off of Oak, I'm sorry if I said the address wrong, 246 East 72nd Terrace, is Deborah Cook. And I also shared my plans with her, and she supported the project. To the immediate west of that house directly across the street is 238 East 72nd Terrace. That's Susan Reidenbach. I did the same with her. She also gave support. But more importantly is my neighbors to the immediate east, which is Jean and Brad Cooper Allen at 247 East 72nd Terrace. I talked with them a little more because they are my neighbors directly to the east and therefore more potentially affected by having a carport. And I showed them photos. I answered questions that they had about how it may affect their ability to mow some of their yard or some of their grass and things like that. And their comments were that they thought it would look nice and that it was on my property and they were in support of it.
So why do you need these 2 carports? I mean, why do you need both of these? Do you have a garage?
So I have a 1-car detached garage. Something that's pretty common in this area of Kansas City is a structure that crosses the property lines that was grandfathered in through a joint garage easement in 1976 by our predecessors. So my neighbors to the east, they have a 2-car garage where they enter off of Oak. I have in the same structure, but there's a wall inside of it. I have a 1-car detached garage. So I come off of East 72nd Terrace, drive south along my driveway, which is not shared, and then enter my garage. So it's a 1-car detached. I have multiple cars. If my situation changed and I had someone else living here, then I would even have more multiple cars. I am desiring a carport to protect my vehicles in a way that they cannot now. Not only because I have multiple vehicles, but as many people in my area know, we have limited storage capacities in this neighborhood. And for instance, right now I have the 2 gazebos purchased and they're sitting in boxes in my garage. So I can't even park a single car in the garage. So at any time that I need to use the garage for storage, having a carport will help protect the vehicle. It will also provide nice and additional aesthetic, fit in with the neighborhood. The house was built in 1930. The designs of these houses were a lot different and the uses of vehicles were a lot different back then than now. I did drive, when I embarked on this project, I drove around from the plaza all the way to 75th Street, Warnell all the way to like Truce, just drove street by street by street and found, to get ideas. And I saw scores, if not hundreds, of carports that are immediately in front of a garage, a detached garage. Some are built very nicely. Some are about to fall down. I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of them never even obtained city approval. But I wanted to go through the proper methods to have a carport to protect my vehicle and other property.
So if I understand your concept, you're going to take these two gazebos that are not carports by design and shove them up next to each other in a line in the garage. Is that in the driveway? Is that correct?
Yes, so building a carport from scratch is a tremendously more expensive thing to do. These gazebos are already by the manufacturer's declarations tested for winds up to 70 miles per hour. The roof load is tested. So these are basically put next to each other. And by the size of that, it would end up being a carport and would actually look really nice because it's already a semi-finished project or structure that just needs to be assembled.
Okay. All right, I'm one board member, but carports have always been a problem for this board because of the structure and how they affect things. But let me see what other board members have questions about it this time. So other board members, you have questions?
Madam Chair, I have a statement or a question. I'm looking at all the variances, and as Ms. Mohammed has mentioned, that they're estimated. So sort of our primary function of approving a quantified variance, we're estimating it. And the one variance, I don't remember if it's a height, maybe it's a vertical that wouldn't show up in a survey, but nonetheless, it's at 0.03 inch. That's a 32nd of an inch. I've not been on the board as long as some others, but I mean, a variance of a 32nd of an inch estimated. I'm nervous that we would approve something that once built wouldn't match with the variances provided, maybe in a good way or maybe in a bad way. Well, we don't know what we're looking at here.
So can I respond, Madam Chair?
You may.
So they're not estimates from my end. I have measured everything out and I used Excel to create the site plan. As Ms. Mohammed had mentioned, there are just some problems technologically with with that matching with the city software. So the variant, so that measurement you just mentioned, the direct distance from the northwest corner of the carport, so that would be the roof, to the house would be that 9.97 feet. So it's barely under what the 10-foot threshold. The one clarification I do have is that the variance request number B that deals with how close the carport is to the garage, the measurement that was given, which was 16 and 9.5/16 of an inch, is from the edge of the carport's roof to the wall of the garage. What was missed by that was that there is a little overhang on the garage roof of about 13 inches. So the distance there could be as close as 4 inches, but not throughout the entire east to west edge, because the roof ridge lines of both the garage roof and the carport roof would not be centered, and their heights are different. So they're not symmetrical. So only at one point would it be 4 inches apart, and then the rest it would be further apart because of the difference in height. The 0 inches on the east side is because the roof, it's very common in these neighborhoods that you have detached garages, very common that the property line is right at the edge of the driveway. And so the carport roof the post would be in further several, 6 inches or so in, but the edge of the roof would be right at the edge of the driveway. And as far as trying to put a carport anywhere else, obviously it would be horrible to put one in the front of the property. If it was put more at the side of the property, which is more to the north, then it would be even closer to my house, even closer to my neighbor's house. It wouldn't serve its function. And to put it somewhere more in the backyard, we only have so much space in these little city lots, and that would eat up a lot more ground for creating concrete approach, and would basically eviscerate the backyard. So having a carport immediately in front of the detached garage is the best place to have one to protect vehicles.
And to follow up on that, was your Excel drawing based on a survey of the property?
No, I've gone off the measurements from that. Well, it was a survey when I bought the house 21 years ago. It wasn't I can't remember the name of the word, a stake survey. It was a site survey for the deed for the sale of the property. But in addition to that, I have a neighbor to the south who recently put in a new fence, and he shared with me their stake survey, which gave me even more detailed measurements that I was able to use.
Those mortgage surveys, they're site plans, but not a survey proper. So from my standpoint, all of everything that we're looking at is estimated. And as one board member, I have concerns when we're that close in multiple ways and everything is estimated.
And I join in that. So, Mr. Suroff, do you have some intentions of putting lighting in the structure?
You mean like permanent lights? I mean,
yes.
I know a lot of people string up Christmas style lights, or I don't even what are those? A lot of people will hang over a patio. I'm not sure what the name of those are. That you just plug in. So they're temporary and removable. And I have no plans to put in any permanent hardwired lights. No.
But you are going to have temporary lights. You're putting in some sort of electrical service to the gazebo?
No, I mean, I thought it might be nice, but I have no plan. I don't have to put up any lights. That's not the main function of this. The main function is to serve as a shelter, and which is what a carport does. So it's open on the sides, open on all four sides, and has the post, and then the 4 post. Well, here's 2 gazebos, so it'd be 8 posts, and then the roofs.
Okay. Other board members have questions other than Mr. Stiller? Okay. Mr. Suroff, you've explained your position to us, I believe. Let us make a decision in this case then. And we have a full board back. I don't know if you realize that, but Ms. Mixdorf has been hearing this case. So we have 5 board members. So hearing no further other questions from board members and not seeing any opposition or support, in this case, I would entertain a motion from a board member.
Madam Chair, can I ask a question first?
Certainly.
If there's anything that, I obviously I don't know what the board's vote's going to be, but if it's inclined to vote against, and if more information is necessary, whatever, and if I need to get something more, I'd be happy to do that. But so I just wanted to offer that.
Okay, thank you for
I
offering
would
that.
be interested in that with a proper survey and then properly quantified variances would put me in a very different position than I am now.
So Mr. Suroff, do you want to proceed or do you want a continuance and try to get us a more concrete plan?
Well, obviously it's hard to read the tea leaves. If there's one vote and no and the rest is yes, then that wouldn't matter, and the expense of a stake survey would not be necessary. I mean, I have measured these distances over and over again. I don't know if it helps, but I have even though I'm a lawyer by trade, I have an education in architectural engineering, and as the other documents that I submitted in my application shows, I provided tons of very detailed measurements. They weren't shown in the prior presentation, but I think the board members have it. I called it a measurement sheet and a measurement diagram, providing lots of measurements.
Okay, so again, I can't tell you how the board's going to vote. I don't know, Mr. Suroff, so you're going to have to make a decision. Either we hear the case or we consider a continuance.
if it's denied, I'm able, an applicant's able to reapply at some point, correct?
Yes, but I think there's a time limitation, is there not?
I think you have to wait a year to reapply.
So what would you like to do, sir?
I guess I would like to have a continuance to provide more information just to satisfy any concerns.
Okay, so our next meeting is November the 9th, and that's what we would move it to, unless you would desire to have more time to get your survey.
If I get a survey, I might take other measures to get what the board is interested in. But if I do that, I will need more time than November 9th.
So should we continue this matter to our last week in November? That probably makes more sense. Okay.
That would be helpful.
Ms. Otto,
Yeah, I'm sorry.
can I jump in real quick?
Yeah,
It appears that due to the docket for November 9th, that is potentially, the all-day meeting is potentially all we'll need. So this case would need to be continued to December 14th.
Okay, I think that probably makes more sense to make sure he has time to get the survey then. So I would recommend we continue it to the December 14th hearing then, okay? All right, do I have a motion to move this matter to our December 13th meeting?
So moved.
I have a motion for Mr. Kelleher. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second. I have a second for Mr. Gorentz. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. This matter is continued until December 13th. Thank you, sir. We'll see you then.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay. I believe Mr. Murray is back. Let's go to Mr. Murray then. Let's go back to docket number, hold on, let me find it back. Docket number
28.
Yes, case number 21. Mr. Murray, were you?
28.
I'm sorry, 28. Yeah, docket number 28, case number 121 at 4646 Roanoke Parkway. Mr. Murray, you're still under oath, correct?
Yes.
And have you been able to obtain the deed so that we have proof that these lots are all combined into one lot now?
Yes, all this information that we've been talking about was submitted originally in the permit application. I've had everything, all the items forwarded to Anna.
Okay.
So item number 10, which you asked for, item number 11 included the other bundle. And then I've put this one as item number 12. And
Okay.
she should have received it all by now.
Okay, Anna, do you have item number, because I think I admitted 10 and 11, is that correct? I think, and so I'm going to admit exhibit 12, which will be the deed, I believe, right, Mr. Murray?
Correct.
Okay, Anna, can you share that with the board so we can see proof that these lots are combined into one?
Yes, so I have the parcel merge request form. It is notarized. It is from Jackson County stating that the parcels are going to be combined. Here is the quitclaim deed and the notary at the end of it.
Okay, so all of these buildings now have the same address, or will they have different addresses? Will the Plaza Legacy building have a different address than the law firm building?
Are you asking?
If you know, Mr. Murray, I'm just trying to understand.
I assume that they have separate addresses. I don't know that for certain.
Okay, but okay, and staff has looked, I mean, I'm looking at that. I believe it does combine the properties, but has staff confirmed that it appears to do that?
Yes, Joe, any additional comments on the quitclaim deed?
Well, I only got to scan it while it was up, so
Sorry.
it's hard to say, Madam Chair, without having more time to look at it.
Do you want to email it to Joe real quick? I just want to make sure the board is comfortable. I mean, that we have what we need from Mr. Murray before we try to make a decision here. I don't want to, if there's something else we need from the applicant, then I want to give the applicant a chance to provide that.
I would like to see Exhibit A to that deed, which has the legal description on it.
Okay. Can you just share your screen again, Anna? Is there an exhibit A to it?
Yeah, sorry, just navigating to it.
Can you make that bigger, Anna? It's hard to read. Can you see that, Mr. Kelleher? Oh, okay, it has the 3 lots in it.
So that description just describes the parcel with the sign. It doesn't describe the parcel with the building on it.
Okay.
Is there another one where it talks about this one being merged with the parcel?
There
with the
is
building?
not another
Page.
exhibit. So there's notary, and this is page 1 of the quitclaim deed.
Joe, I'm more accustomed to seeing a plat being filed when you start combining properties. Is that not applicable here?
Well, the county, Jackson County, is the only one that I'm aware of the 4 counties Kansas City is in, does have a practice of combining the tax parcels by and deed combinations. And our code does allow people to do that through a lot consolidation process. But again, Jackson County is the only one that actually accommodates that, as far as I understand. So they can do a combination, I guess, to answer your question more directly. They can do it by deed or parcel merge, according to our ordinance.
So under this deed, the Plaza Legacy Properties 1 is granting to the Plaza Legacy Properties 2. So does Plaza Legacy Property 2 own the other 2 parcels where the Plaza Legacy building sits and the law firm sits? Do you know, Mr. Murray?
I probably shouldn't not being an attorney. I just know, all I know is that we had 3 parcels of land. I spoke with the guy, I don't remember his name, with the county. He said that they all had to be submitted to be pulled into one as one property, which we went back, told the Cursos what they had to do, and they did it. And that's how we got this copies of the work that the purge or the merge, I'm sorry, the parcel merge that was done. I don't know what addresses they are under. I can't tell you that.
Because it looks
Madam Chair, I would just suggest that maybe we continue this to the 9th. So would give us time to look through the quitclaim deed and also make sure which properties were merged with which, because there's 3 different parcels here and all 3 of them appear to have the same ownership.
That is correct.
We just want to make sure that the right things were merged with each other and that we understand that.
Yeah, because I mean, Mr. Murray, in fairness to you and Mr. Curso, if there's something else that needs to be filed so that we have jurisdiction to handle this, we want to make sure that we've got it right.
We were told that I know that we were told that this was what needed to be done to get this accomplished. And then Kimberly Wells, it was sent to Kimberly Wells with the city for sign permit, and that she has a file on all this. And she's told us that she's received everything she needs to go forward.
Okay, well, if we continue this for 2 weeks, then it will allow the city to talk with her, Mr. Murray, so that we make sure it is right. I mean, again, we have to make sure we have jurisdiction to do this, and I don't,
I understand.
Yeah, we got to make sure we've crossed all the.
I certainly understand. I don't want to go this far and then not get the same.
Nor do I. I don't really like to have an appeal issue when we don't need one. If 2 more weeks would solve the problem. So.
Absolutely. Okay.
So why don't we take your case to November 9th, and in that time, please talk with Anna and make sure we get the right documentation, and then your case should be relatively simple for us to hear on the 9th. So, okay.
Very good.
All right. Do I have a motion from a board member to continue this matter until the 9th?
So moved.
I have a motion from Mr. Kelleher. Do I have a second? Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Gorentz. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. This matter is continued to November 9th. Thank you, Mr. Murray.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
All right, let's try to take one more case before we take a lunch break for everyone. Is that fair? I think we can do that. We have 15 minutes still about. Let's call let's call docket number 31, case number 126 with an address of 2636 Bellevue Avenue. Would the applicant please raise their hand to be promoted, as well as all other persons who are here in support or opposition of this request for variance?
I'm promoting, oh, someone started for me. Whoever
Okay.
did, thank you. Adam Pfeiffer and Andrea Wardwell, and there was a third person that already got promoted.
Okay, well, we'll figure that out when I see them pop in. So Mr. Pfeiffer, if you would turn on your camera and microphone, please. Ms. Wardell, also, if you would turn on your camera and microphone, please. And if there's a third person, let me get a minute before I see those.
I'm thinking the third person lowered their hand.
Okay,
I think
all right.
someone had their hand raised and then lowered it.
Okay, all right. So Mr. Pfeiffer, you're the applicant, is that correct?
Yes,
Okay, could you state your full name for the record?
Adam Anthony Pfeiffer.
And would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. And Ms. Wardell, can you state your name and you have someone with you? I'm sorry.
Yes, I'm Andrea Wardell, and this is John Horvat. We're the owners of the property.
I'm sorry, what was John's last name?
Horvat.
Corvette.
Horvat, H-O-R-V-A-T.
It's really, there's a big echo. I'm so sorry that, but I do that because.
That happens a lot.
All right. Well, in Zoom, it's not perfect, trust me. Okay, could you both please raise your right hands to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
Thank you. Since you're together on a microphone, we've had this happen earlier today, and I just warn you, just speak one at a time. Don't talk over each other because we're recording this. There's a court reporter, so we have to have a clear record. Okay? All right. Are you here, folks, are you here in support or opposition?
In support.
In support. Okay. All right. Sounds good. Mr. Pfeiffer, have you reviewed the staff report that is connected with your application?
Yes.
If you would turn to the third or the second page of end of the second page of that report, there's a list of 9 administrative exhibits that are connected to your case. Do you have any objection to my admitting those for the board to consider this morning?
No.
Okay, exhibits 1 through 9 will be admitted, and we do have a PowerPoint presentation. We'll start there. Najma.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Docket item number 31 is in relation to 2635 Bellevue Avenue in the R6 zoning district. The applicant is seeking approval for variances to the front yard setback to accommodate an existing encroachment and an addition. The site is located in the greater downtown area of the city. This shows the subject site in relation to the surrounding area right on Bellevue Avenue to the east. There's only one variance, but there is a series of pictures that follows showing what the variance will look like. This house was built in or about 1920, and so the modern setbacks for the front yard do not allow for the house to be this close to the right-of-way. So they're requesting the variance to bring their house into compliance. That will also allow them to add an addition to their house. And I'll give the exact measurements in the next few slides. This is the view from the front of the house, the right south elevation, and the left north elevation. The variance is for the lot and building standards. The required front yard setback for this area is a max of 30 feet. The proposed front yard setback is what is already existing, 18 feet. And so they're requesting a variance in the amount of 12 feet. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Mr. Pfeiffer, what do you believe we should grant the request you have before the board today?
Sure. The house, as Najma mentioned, is an existing house on the property before the setbacks were where they are today. So it's kind of a twofold component. John and Andrea were looking to expand the second floor of this home. It was a one-story, or is a one-story bungalow. And the attic of it had been turned into a owner's suite, or an owner's bedroom, I should say. And so to try and increase the market value of that home, they were looking to increase that upper level and actually make a true second story at the front half of the house. And that's when the setback issue came into concern, or came into play, I should say. That the entire house sits, existing house sits 12 feet in front of the modern day zoning setback. So it becomes the condition of not being allowed to do the second story addition. But then on top of that, the existing house isn't even in compliance, and it hasn't really been touched in probably 40 or 50 years, just walking through it.
So you're trying to build an addition to the front of the house?
Right.
Okay.
Essentially raising the roof.
Okay. So will that front porch that I see in the letter you've submitted, is that staying? I'm trying to understand this because of the plan we have.
Yeah. So the photo in the exhibit.
Okay. I see the front elevation. It answered my question. Sorry, my screen is so big. I have to squeeze it down to find it. Okay. I see what you're doing. Okay. So have the neighbors voiced concerns about this?
They haven't, that I'm aware of. Andrea, have you heard anything?
Yeah, Mr. Horvat and Ms. Wardell.
I have not talked to any of the neighbors about any concerns.
Okay.
Yeah, I haven't either. I spoke to somebody in the back, and he was didn't have any concerns, but it was on the back alley. Other than that, we haven't had anybody say anything.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I did receive calls, no emails, but none of the calls I received were in opposition. Is that
I mean, you're not changing the footprint of the house. You're just raising it up now that I understand the photographs.
Right.
Okay. All right, board members, do you have questions about this request to the applicant or the architect? Okay, I think everybody understands. Then I would entertain a motion on this case.
Madam Chair, in case number 00126, I move the application be granted in accordance with staff report and site plan.
I have a motion from Mr. Kelleher. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Stiller. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. This request has been granted. Thank you, folks. Enjoy the new house.
Thank you, panel.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I said we were going to take a break at noon, but I'm big on democracy. So we have 4 cases yet to hear. What does the board want to do and the court reporter? Do we want to take a brief break, or do we want to try to finish these 4 cases? What's the preference? I don't think it'll take us much more than about an hour or so to hear their other remaining cases.
Madam Chair?
Yes. Mr. Hernandez? Yes.
Yeah, so you didn't give me a chance again. I had my hand.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see
You approved the second one without my input. And I just had some questions. Look out, that house is gonna be twice as tall as everything else in that neighborhood. It doesn't fit. They've already broken the setbacks already been doubled, like it said in the application. And you all just, I've been ignored twice today. I don't appreciate it.
And Mr. Hernandez, it wasn't intentional. I did not realize that you had been promoted because I looked for boxes and I just didn't see you. So I apologize. Okay, so board members, what is your preference? And Mr. Court Reporter? Do you want to take a brief break? Yes, Mr. Stiller?
I know we're really close. I'm just struggling with some other issues.
That's fine. So why don't we let's just take a lunch break then. If people need a lunch break, let's just do that. You want to do 45 minutes or an hour? What would you want? I want the people online to know when we'll be back. So if they're going to step away, I need them all to be back in time. So what's your preference, folks? Tom, do you need an hour?
Nope, I can do
I mean, it's
30
up to you
minutes.
guys.
if-
I
if
just,
everybody else wants
I
to.
just am trying to move this along because I know we're all volunteering today and I'm sure the sooner we get done, the faster we're going to get back to our other jobs. So,
Sure. 30 minutes would, if you guys are good with that, I'm fine.
how much? I'm sorry.
30, 30.
Okay. What about you guys? Everybody else good with 30-minute break? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, let's take a 30-minute break. We will be back at 12:30 to hear the remaining 4 cases. We are adjourned for now and we'll be back at 12:30. Okay, thank you. Okay. I know, right, Tom? I know. It is what it is. Stiller, you're good. I'm just impressed with this group that we're moving through this today. So up, and there's Mr. Evans. He's back. Hello.
Hello, Teresa. Thank you.
Yeah, we've been very productive, Mark. We only have 4 cases left.
That's great. And next month, Teresa, are we doing 2 sessions? I can't remember. Hey,
Well, I think Joe just told us while we were waiting for everybody. I think we're hoping to just do one meeting in
Okay.
November because we're getting these under control.
right.
So then we'll just
Are we
have,
thinking another 9 a.m. start, Teresa? Or have you heard that?
I believe so, right? That's what we're gonna,
Okay.
if we do another 9 a.m. start on that one day, then we'll be able to get kind of caught up and then we'll be in good position moving
Perfect.
forward. And we'll just have to decide if we'll have to do other full day, right, Joe, as it comes in. We'll just have to watch it. So I think
Okay,
right now
perfect.
our plan is to do the pressure relief that we might do a full day versus a half day, depending on what the staff tells us.
Great.
Okay, is everybody back? Okay, Anna's back, Jared back. There's Jared, okay. And I see Brett's back. Okay, so we've got everybody. Joe's back, Sarah's back. Okay. All right, folks, let's keep moving. I'm going to keep going from the back. I know we held a case, so I don't know if that person ever joined us, but I'll start with docket number 32, case number 45. The address is 3112 Campbell Street. Would the applicant please raise their hand to be promoted, as well as all other persons who are here online to support or oppose this request for variance?
I'm promoting Stacy Lake and Low Design
Okay.
and Angie Splitgerber.
Okay. Is it Low Design? What is that your name?
Yes, my name is Laura Bowers.
Okay, that's what I'm going to get to in a minute. When people don't have their names on. Okay, Miss Lake, I see you, and there's someone with you. Is that correct? Okay, so who is the applicant?
Brian Danaher. who's
Okay.
With me in person.
He's with you. Okay, so Miss Lake, let's start with you then. Would you introduce yourself and who's with you, and then I'll swear you both in, and then I'll go to Miss Bauer, I think she said, and Miss Splitgerber.
Yes, I'm Stacy Lake. I'm representing Brian Danaher. I'm his attorney.
Okay. Would you both please raise your right hands to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Bauer, would you state your name for the record, please?
Yes, my name is Laura Bowers, Bauers.
Thank you. Would
And
you?
I am,
Go ahead. Would you, yeah, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. And what is your interest in the case?
I am Miss Lake's and Mr. Danaher's architect.
Okay, thank you. All right, Ms. Splitgerber, we're familiar with you, but would you state your name for the record, please?
Angela Splitgerber, 3341 Campbell, and I am here as a neighbor in support.
Okay, would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, so it doesn't look like we have any opposition today. So Ms. Lake, have you reviewed the staff report that has been created for your client's application today?
Yes, I have.
Do you have any objection to the admission of the 9 administrative exhibits that are listed at the end of that report?
No, I do not.
Okay, administrative exhibits 1 through 9 will be admitted. There's a PowerPoint presentation. We'll have Anna give that to us, and then Ms. Lake will hear from you and others, okay?
Thank you. So docket item number 32 focuses on 3114 Campbell Street. The existing zoning of this property is R1.5, and the applicant is seeking approval of the variance, the rear yard setback, to accommodate the development of a residential structure. The subject property is located in the Midtown portion of Kansas City. The property is highlighted in orange this time, so the address that is on the docket is highlighted in yellow, and the subject property is directly to the south, highlighted in orange. You can see here with 31st Street to the north and Campbell Street to the east. This is the site plan submitted by the applicant. You can see the existing residential structure, as I mentioned, was highlighted in yellow, and the proposed development right here on the northwest portion of the next lot. There is a driveway towards Campbell Street, as well as a driveway, a shared driveway for access to this carport on the other structure, or excuse me, on the other lot. So the subject variance is here in the rear. The required rear yard setback for this property is 25 feet. They are proposing a 5-foot variance, which requires a variance in the amount of 20 feet. And this is unique for Board of Zoning adjustment cases, but I do want to add a condition to this variance request that is also in your staff report, and that is so there a shared driveway. For it to be allowed, there needs to have a recorded easement guaranteeing that both properties, have access to that driveway. And we just want to ensure that that happens as well. That concludes my presentation.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Lake, let's hear it from you then. And obviously you need to address Anna's comment about the easement. So let's hear from you as to why you believe the board should grant this.
We are requesting a variance to allow a 5-foot setback to develop a 2-story residential structure on 3114 Campbell Street and a carport shed on 3112 Campbell Street. There is good and sufficient cause to grant the exception due to historical use. A majority of the properties in our neighborhood were either built with no setback or within a 10-foot setback of the property line. On the western side of the proposed structure is a commercially zoned garage, and this structure will not abut other residential properties. This shows that the grant of a special exception will not adversely affect the appearance of the neighborhood. Additionally, it will greatly improve the look of the neighborhood. When we purchased the property, the backyard was used as a junkyard for an industrial artist. We have rehabilitated the land, and we had made sure that the property is compatible with the existing building in terms of materials, color, and design. The proposed residential structure will have a 1st-story brick fascia and will be painted in forest green on the 2nd story. This will follow the original color and the look of the 3112 Campbell home in 1914. And with regards to the easement condition, and I talked to Anna about this also, in the deed itself, there is an easement on the southern line of our property that is shared, and it's already recorded in our system as the easement in there.
So you're saying that the deed that you possess,
yes,
that one of the conditions which runs with the land and transferred to you as the current owners, or Mr. Danaher as the current owner, it includes the easement to use the driveway.
Yes.
Okay. Have we provided a copy of that deed to Anna so we could look at that to see if in fact that's accurate?
I believe I provided a copy, but I mean, this is months ago. I can find it and pull it up though.
Okay.
And Miss Otto, I hate to put Matt Barnes on the spot, but he is reviewing the minor subdivision associated with this property. Maybe he can speak more to whether or not he's reviewed that information in regards to those materials.
Matt, are you online? I know his box is there, but.
I don't think he is. I'm on his floor. Anna is not, and I don't think I think he's at lunch.
Okay. All right. Well, let's do this. Ms. Lake, if you have a copy of that deed, if you could email it to Anna, we can keep talking here, but we just need to know that we've got that covered, because what you're trying to do is share a garage space on a neighboring property, it sounds like, with this development.
Give me a second.
Sure.
Okay, I'm gonna email it right now over to Anna.
Well, that's going. So Ms. Lake, my question to you is so this house, as proposed, there's a large space behind it. Is that a different lot, not connected to this? Can you explain? Because on looks like the lot is long and skinny on what she was presenting to us.
Yeah, which space are you referring to?
Where the new 2-story residential structure is going to be placed?
That's our yard.
Okay. So that is part of the 3112, because on the site map, it says 3118 Campbell.
Well, I mean, it's technically a part of 3114 Campbell Street.
Okay.
So it'd be like the front yard of 3114 Campbell.
Okay. And I guess that's why I'm asking the question as to why you need the variance, because you have space to move it one way or another. Why can't you just move it so that you're in compliance?
Well, it's because of the overall look of the property. In essence, this, even though it's a separate residential structure, we're going to be treating this property as if it's like an additional home. That's what we're going to be using to have our parents stay in when they come into town. And so it's supposed to have a look of a kind of like a garage style house look, but it's its own residential structure.
So, okay, so you live in the house on where the carport and shed is.
Yes, we live at 3112.
Okay, I'm just trying to make sure I get the facts here. Sorry. Okay, all right.
Madam Chair, wouldn't this almost be considered an accessory dwelling unit then? Or how are we?
Well, they're separate lots. That's the problem. So I think they're not, but that's what I'm trying to understand to make sure we're not in conflict with something that we should be doing here. So how many bedrooms does this new residential structure have?
It will have 2 bedrooms.
Okay. But it won't have garage space in it?
It has garage space on the bottom. We have the, I believe it was provided in the exhibit, the actual layout.
Okay.
Yeah, we have the elevations.
Yeah. I mean, I guess that's the concern, that it's a separate lot. I understand that, but you're really treating this as one lot.
The minor subdivision that they have submitted and are in the process of getting approval for is going to create 2 separate lots.
Okay, because right now it's all one lot, right?
No, it's still, it's right now it's so the lots that we combined it together was 3118 and 3114 to make 3114 Campbell Street.
So Anna, what you're saying is what are they applying for that's going to help? Explain that again to us.
So there is, let me pull up my PowerPoint again. Is this in regards to the condition?
I think the
question
concern is, I think what Ms. Mixdorf is raising is it appears that they're putting a garage structure on an adjacent lot, and it's a accessory structure more than a residence. And so are they meeting the qualification of an actual resident?
So this is the proposed residential structure that is triggering the need for the variance for the rear yard setback. This accessory structure is on the lot to the north and is primarily for this structure. There is a shared driveway for the carport and the existing residential structure. This appears to meet standards, and there wasn't a variance request for this structure.
Okay, and
just for the rear yard setback for the new development.
And we understand that. I guess our concern is that what they're saying is a two-story residence is really just a two-car garage with a living space above it.
May I?
Understood.
Yeah, that's what our concern is. I mean, I understand what you're doing here, but is it a clever way to get around an ordinance? And that's what Ms. Mixdorf and I are wondering. So Ms. Bauer, we'll hear from you. What's your comment? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I just think if you look through the plans a little bit, you'll see that while it's true that there's garage space on the first floor of this residential structure and living space above, it's of the size and scale of a house in that neighborhood. And Ms. Lake and Mr. Danaher are working hard to make sure that this structure stays in context. I think that they are kind of looking at these two lots as one estate in their mind, but they're easily separable in any case. And part of the I would say the main reason that they are seeking the variance for the rear setback is not so that they can, sneak in an accessory dwelling unit to this lot, but to maximize the front yard of this property, which they are planning to landscape extensively. I think, especially in light of what the property at the rear of what the adjacent rear property is, this, little commercial garage kind of driveway thing, there's not a lot of benefit to be had in maintaining a rear yard. So I think they're trying to do what's best for the site and the neighborhood by creating a really beautiful landscaped front yard and, kind of abandoning the view to the rear.
And I appreciate all that, but I still think in essence, what you're trying to do is build a very large garage that happens to have a dwelling space above it on an adjoining lot. So.
Well, it's the structure itself is in the garage style, but it's a residential structure. So the garage aspect is kind of a modern day garage, if I could say that, where it's basically might have a couch, and we might have like some storage on the first story, but it
what it really is a carriage.
The first floor is activity space for the residential area on top.
Yeah.
So what I think of it as, though, folks, is it's a carriage house. That's what it is. It's just like a traditional carriage house where you have garage space beneath and you have living space above. That's what it is.
Well, we're not actually going to be using it's in the style of a garage, but we're not actually going to be using that space to park cars. It's just going to look like that. But the thing about this property is historically there was two other houses on this lot that were demolished in the 1980s. And so theoretically, with these two lots that we own, we could build two separate houses on these two lots. But what we are planning to do is just to build the one that we're proposing today. And we think that it would, in terms of like the look and the incorporation, it would have the best look for the neighborhood.
Madam Chair?
And can I, sorry to interrupt, Mr. Stiller, if I can jump in real quick. If you look at the elevations within the applicant submittal attached to the staff report, the elevations, though they're using the term garage and there might be garage doors attached to the structure, you can see through them with transparency, and they're describing living space on that first floor versus parking a garage. So I personally was not interpreting that space to be like for automobile use.
I guess where my question comes in, it looks like it's very easy if maybe the current owners, chose to sell this property, very easy for somebody to make that a true garage. If you already have those openings and then just put in garage doors. I think that's where I'm a little hesitant on understanding its use just with the openings, the way that they're shown.
I have a question for staff, I think.
Go ahead, Mr. Stiller.
It comes to me in my past as an architect, I've done 3 and 4 car garages with full second floor living space above. But for staff, is there any reason to not look at this as a house with parking below or not? Isn't it still just a small house?
You could build a house with garages below it. There's no, so that it would, physically it would appear as though it would be an apartment above a garage, but would be its own detached structure, its own principal building on a lot. I'm a little confused though, because the minor subdivision application that was filed, the description entered by the applicant says that they're wanting to merge 2 lots together.
Right.
So that contradicts, I thought what I heard earlier is that they're splitting it.
Could we look again at the site plan, Anna, and point out the property lines to us? Because it looks like a couple of lots are combined on that site plan where the proposed project is going.
Yes, one moment. So this is the existing lots, lot 1, 2, and 3. And now we can see what appears to be, here's the original lot 1, which is lot 24, and then there's 2 and 3.
So lots 25, 26, and 27 make up, that's what's been joined together?
It's lots 26 and 27 that are being joined together.
Okay,
so here's,
so lot 25 is part of the existing residence, Ms. Lake?
Yes.
That's not what this site plan is showing, because it's showing a property line a little bit to the north.
Right.
Yeah, so if you look at the and I apologize, because like the surveyor would probably be the best person to talk about this, but the in the layout, so actually let me pull this up so I can share the screen. It's too big. Of the minor subdivision.
We'll need to mark that as an exhibit, Ms. Lake, so hold on.
Yes, and I'll send it over too.
Let me just see what number I'm on. So I think this will be 10. Does staff agree?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, we'll mark this as exhibit 10. Thank you, Ms. Lake. You can proceed.
Okay. And so this is the actual survey done on 3114 and 3118 Campbell. Those are the 2 lots that are going to be, that are being merged together in the minor subdivision right now. And so basically you see track 1 and track 2. This right here is 3114 Campbell Street, and this one right here is 3118 Campbell.
So there is a portion of lot 25 that is included in 3114 Campbell and a portion that is included in 3112 Campbell, but 3112 and 3114 are not being combined.
Yes, correct.
And that appears to match the minor subdivision, what they just described.
This diagram does, Mr. Rex.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, that we have on file.
All right. So that's exhibit 10 and it's been admitted. If you'd send that to us.
Yeah, and I'll send that to Anna.
Okay. Okay. What other questions do I have out there that I haven't addressed from board members?
I have another one. I guess I understand, the function of having this large front yard, but to me, I mean, I just did a quick calculation on this PDF. It's 150 feet back from the roadway, and it doesn't seem contextual to the neighborhood. I understand that you're planning to landscape it and have a use, but having a house so far back just does not seem in character, in my opinion.
Yeah,
which would alleviate the need for the variance if you can shift it further to the east.
And I would like to actually ask Angie to speak on this, because Angie is, she knows everything about Hyde Park in the history of the neighborhood. So I think she would give a better explanation on that than I would.
Ms. Gerber, do you want to speak to that?
Sure, although I do not want to claim the title of knowing everything about the neighborhood. So I would just say that there are several proper, so I think what's going on here, and I'm speaking in my personal capacity as a neighbor, they're trying to accommodate the drive in the front of the property and the access to the property from the front, which I think is consistent with several other properties in Central Hyde Park. And so I kind of like the fact that they're doing that, number one. Number two, I can tell you there's actually a property that is substantially similar that is right next to me at 906 East 34th Street. It's a garage with a loft apartment space above it that actually just recently sold this summer. That property is almost on the property line on all four sides. And I am fairly confident that it does not have a 5-foot setback on any side of it. So I think, at the end of the day, what they're trying to build on this lot is a residential structure that is appropriate. I like the fact that they're actually building one structure on 2 lots rather than building multiple structures. I like the fact that they're incorporating this circle drive to resolve access problems for both their property, but also respect the access problems for the property with the easement. And the only variance that they're really looking for here is a 5-foot variance where we have many structures in our neighborhood. It's hard to really, like, for example, my house, I have a 3-foot setback between my property and the neighbors. So these smaller setbacks are not unusual for our community. They're consistent with the neighborhood. And I actually expressed to Stacy, be careful that you make sure that you have enough space to allow for you and a neighbor to do any necessary maintenance to both of your properties. And I think 5 feet is a good distance for that. So I am supportive of this project. I like that they're trying to be thoughtful and trying to stay consistent with the neighborhood. I know it's a little bit unusual, but there is some precedent in the neighborhood for all of these, sort of this combination of design and layout. And so I support them.
Okay.
I have one question for Anna. In the staff report, it says it's a 5-foot setback, but I believe in your presentation it said 20 feet. And based on the site plan, it only looks like it's showing the 5-yard rear yard and the 25 is required. Can you confirm what that variance request is?
Yes, they're proposing a 5-foot variance or a 5-foot rear yard setback. The requirement is 25 feet, so the variance amount is 20 feet.
Right.
I apologize if there's a typo in my staff report.
Right, so it's more
I
than,
just wanted to verify.
yeah, it's more than a 5-foot variance, right? Yeah. Okay, again, Ms. Lake, I mean, I know you guys care about your neighborhood. I see you guys here on many cases. I'm just concerned that you have so much space here that you really need this variance. So I'm one person, but other questions from board members?
Miss Lake, Mark Evans here. Across the street from your home, is it just a vacant lot? What's across the street?
Across the street from our house is All Haven, which is,
I don't know what that means. Say that again.
It's basically it's an apartment complex, an apartment building. So it isn't a residential, there isn't residential houses that are facing our property. It's a 4-story apartment complex that's across the street from our house.
Okay, thank you.
But it's mainly a parking lot. I walk the street quite a bit. That's why I'm curious. It's mainly a parking lot in front of the apartment building.
Yeah. So it's a huge parking lot, and then there's the apartment building. Yes.
Well, and even if you move this up 20 feet to meet the variance, you'd still have plenty of room to drive cars into that because you've got that shared driveway that takes you all the way back. I guess I don't understand Ms. Split Gerber's comment about that being an issue as to why this has to sit back so far.
Well, we just want to have, for us, we want to enjoy the use of the full land, like the full front yard. Because especially with the commercial garage in the backyard, it would be with the shadows and everything, we wouldn't find that much use if there was 20 feet of space back there. It would be basically the dead zone that it is. Yeah, it would be dead space as it is today.
Another question, Madam Chair.
Mm-hmm.
If this were an accessory structure, would it need the rear yard setback variance?
Staff would have to answer that. Mr. Stiller, I don't know off the top of my head in this district.
The only issue with that is that an accessory structure cannot be built on a lot without the primary structure.
Right. So it probably could sit there if it was a one combined lot, but it's a very large garage if that's, it looks more, you know what I mean? So.
Yeah, because this is going to be on its own lot, we have to consider it a principal structure.
Yeah, I was thinking about a situation where how this could occur in a neighborhood like Hyde Park. There's a house with a carriage house. For whatever reason, the house is gone. Now the carriage house becomes the primary building. And so if you did tear a house down, then it would need that variance. Because it now becomes the primary residence and now it's not set, doesn't have the proper rear yard setback. Mm-hmm. Interesting. Okay.
Okay. So I think we understand it. I think the board just needs to make a decision on what they want to do about this. So, my concern is what's your practical difficulty? You haven't really stated one. So, and I'm worried about precedents. So.
Well, our practical, it's basically the use of the land. The space that's going to be behind the 3114 structure is ultimately dead space because of the commercial garage and the commercial alleyway that runs behind it. And so allowing the house to have the 5-foot setback would allow the lot to use have a 20-foot longer front yard to actually use that space for enjoyment purposes rather than it being a dead space in the back.
Or you could move it further up and have a backyard and a front yard. So, I hear your argument, but you can argue that 3 different ways. So. Okay. Other questions?
Miss Lake, do you think there might be a compromise here where you wouldn't have to need that 20 foot maybe you redesign the project to come back to us in a month or a couple weeks with a redesign project. I mean, it's pretty, I kind of agree with my other board members that it's hard for at least me as one board member to understand the practical difficulty here for that 20-foot variance in the rear yard.
Oh, Brian, do you want to speak on this?
Well, I was going to say, one of our main thoughts is that the reason you would normally need a 25-foot setback isn't there, because the property immediately behind our planned structure is it's a commercial driveway, right? That's not an area that's going to be enjoyed. It's not a pleasant area to look at or be near, and it's not residential, right? So you wouldn't need the normal 25-foot allowance to do the kind of work you might expect to do on a residential property. So the necessity of a 25-foot setback, I don't think is there in this case. And as Stacy was talking about our enjoyment of the property, we'd like to destroy as little of our lawn as possible in the process of building this.
I wasn't clear on that. So the little solid gray building,
Commercial garage.
and that's utilized, and there's traffic that accesses that little building from 31st Street?
Could you bring up the picture so we know what you're talking about? Because it's really huge.
So this item, right? The behind
Building,
the,
gray
yeah,
building in the bottom
Yeah.
left.
yeah, the one behind the proposed residence.
No,
No, down here, down further, down here. Anna, go
Down
down to
on
the
the
bottom, that one right there.
That's used mostly for storage, but there is a little bit of traffic in and out of there. It's a commercial property.
Yeah, it's connected to 31st Street.
Yeah.
so when they access, they come down, up and down that, not like a residential alley, but, so is that even an alley, or is that vacated?
It's a so there's a commercial building on right there, and
Yeah.
so that commercial building, there's actually a car garage there that they use, like mechanics and stuff. And so then there's the other garage that they use, so they pass cars up and down that alley to the garage space and back.
Rarely, but it does happen.
Yeah.
Oh,
So that's not an alley, Mr. Stiller. That's part of that commercial space.
Yeah, so it's like a
Yeah.
long parking lot.
And then there are residential spaces on the other side of that, right?
Yes.
okay, now, thank you. I didn't understand that at the beginning. That's a little odd. Okay. thank
Yeah,
you.
we live in an odd neighbor, like a part of Hyde Park. So we're right in between of two commercial districts. And so that's where we are. So
Okay, any other questions? Thank you, Anna. Any other questions? Okay, hearing nothing further, I would entertain a motion on this case.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Mr. Stiller.
in case, or case number 45,
Yes, that's correct, sir.
given what I've just seen and understanding a little bit better of how the commercial spaces are surrounding this particular couple of lots, I would move that the board grant the request in accordance with the site plan and the staff report.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Goretz. All in favor of that motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, Ebbets, aye.
And Mr. Kelleher, what was your vote?
No,
Okay, and chair votes also no. The request has been denied. So thank you, folks. You can still build it, but not there. All right, thanks, guys.
Thank you.
All right, let's move to docket number 33, case number 104, with an address of 2835 Northeast Vivian Road. Would the applicant please raise their hand to be promoted, as well as any other person here in opposition or support? Do we have anybody raising their hand?
No, no one's raising their hand.
I see 3 people in the attendee list still.
Anna, do you know who the applicant is on this one? I mean, there's no one by the name of Sam DeVinci.
There's someone's on by a telephone number.
I can promote.
That's me as a backup recording calling in.
Oh, that's you. Okay. So then so we don't have someone on this case today, it looks like.
In full disclosure, I have tried to email this applicant several times and have received no communication back from them.
And we have continued this before, Anna, a couple times, right?
I don't believe so, just from the previous meeting.
Just once. Okay, I thought, my mistake. I thought we had this one was on twice, but maybe I'm just confusing my docket sheets that I've read through. So what is staff's recommendation? Do we continue this? No. Do we dismiss it? What do we do? What's your recommendation?
Let's continue it to the December 14th. Give them one more chance to appear before us, and then if not, we can dismiss.
Okay, so board members, do I have a motion from one of you to continue this matter to December 14th? Is it 14th or 13th?
14th.
14th, okay. So move, Mr. Stiller, was that you? Okay.
Yes.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Ebbets. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. This matter has been continued to December 14th. I'm getting my dates all mixed up today. All right, I think we have, then let's move to docket number 36 with a case number of 125 and an address of 8303 Warnell Road. Would the applicant please raise their hand to be promoted? Do we have an applicant?
Yeah. Yes, someone just raised their hand. So I'm
Okay.
promoting Ron Spouse right now.
Okay. Mr. Spouse, can you hear me? If you can hear me, Mr. Spouse, can you turn on your camera and your microphone, please? I can now see you.
Okay.
And now I can hear you. Thank you, sir. Okay. Yeah, can you state your name for the record, please?
My name is Ron Schaus.
Oh, it's Schaus, so that's not spelled right on your, so it's S-H-O-U-S-E, is that right? Okay, so
S-H-O-U-S-E, yes, ma'am.
okay, all right. So Mr. Schaus, would you raise your right hand to be sworn in, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Mr. Schaus, we're here today. I'm sorry.
Trying to get the picture where it's not, doesn't have it so bright.
Oh, okay. You're okay. Sorry. Can you see us better now?
I'm all right.
Okay. Sir, have you reviewed
I
this?
just see you. I don't see everybody else.
Oh, that might be your view. So
Okay.
in the right-hand corner of your screen, it says view. Do you see that little grid? The right-hand upper corner?
Share content participants, more, mute.
You should have a view that you,
more,
I think you
more,
have a,
webinar, minimize, raise hand, leave. Wait a minute. Hey, Daniel, I don't see everybody. They say there's a way I can see them. I never used this little machine before.
okay.
Sorry.
That's
And I got new contacts and they're really comfortable. but I can't see with them.
So you're wearing glasses.
So I'm
Okay.
wearing my glasses.
Okay. All right. Well, so what you're probably doing is seeing the person who's speaking.
Said it was the right-hand corner where I could see everybody.
Yeah.
I pushed that button. Participate.
That's you.
No. Minimize. All the others, the whole time I've been watching everybody.
Oh, then I don't know what to tell you.
Oh, this one. There we go.
Oh, no,
Let's try that.
Okay. All right. So, Mr. Schaus, have you reviewed the staff report that has been created as it relates to your request to appeal the determined to deny the legal non-conformance certificate? Have you read the staff report that was created?
I don't know. I don't believe I've read it.
Okay, well, my question is, and you might have heard this if you've been online all day, at the end of these reports that are created for the board, so we can consider these cases, there's some administrative exhibits that are always attached. And in your case, there are 9 of those. And again, those include the zoning and development code that we have to apply, our rules and regulations as a board, the members of the board's qualification, and a staff report and a PowerPoint presentation. Do you have any objection to my admitting those 9 exhibits so the board can hear your case today?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Exhibits 1 through 9 will be admitted, and we'll start with the PowerPoint that Anna will present, and then sir will have questions for you. So Anna, when you're ready.
Thank you. Okay, docket item number 36 focuses on 8303 Warnell Road. The subject site is zoned B3-2, and the applicant is appealing determinations related to an abandoned pole sign on the subject site. So the subject site is located in the Warnell area of Kansas City. You see the Warnell Commercial Corridor on the screen, close above the subject property. It's highlighted in yellow, the intersection of Warnell Road and West 83rd Terrace. This is an image of the subject sign taken by our investigator. This is an image of the property when they re-inspected on September 23rd of 2020. Another reinspection of the abandoned pole sign on September, I don't know why I said that, on 07/06/2021. And then the most recent reinspection of the sign with a filled-in sign, but according to the investigator, this sign is not advertising for a business associated with the property. So then it is offsite signage, which is not permitted. This is a section of the code which highlights the determination associated with the investigator that an on-site commercial sign, it will be deemed abandoned if they are blank or they advertise a business that is no longer operating or there where the sign is located. This goes through a timeline on some of the key points because this investigation regarding the pole sign has gone on for an extended period of time. So there was the initial investigation in July of 2019, and then a notice of the abandoned sign was sent to the property owner and they appealed that status. But due to, hold on, let me check my notes. Due to failure to pay for that appeal, the case was voided out. And then there was a process of time plus COVID and the city revising some of their notices that the investigators were not pursuing said case. And then once our notices were updated, the investigator re-inspected the site in 2021. Thus sending out the order to remove notice as well. They were in discussions with the investigator in August of 2021. The investigator noticed that the sign installed for the business was not allowed in this particular district. So again, still stuck with their determination that an illegal non-conforming sign was there and that they needed to remove said sign. The investigator is not in the office today. I have lots of her notes from this case, so I can answer any additional questions about this appeal. Thank you. That concludes my presentation.
All right, thank you. Mr. Schatz, let's talk about this sign. Is there a business being operated in the building where this sign is located?
May I get a little preface before I answer?
You can, I guess.
Okay, well, at the time all this was filed, I was the trustee for the trust, the Garrett Trust, and I took care of that family, the husband and wife, for many years. Since during this appeal time period, the last one passed away, and the property has been deeded over to me.
Okay.
So I'm the landowner, and also I own the business known as Hecker. And so now I'm going to answer your question that during this COVID time, the Hecker, we make like handrails for outside, inside your houses, retail, any kind of establishment. And the business has just been a struggle during the COVID time. We've got 7 or 8 guys compared to pre-COVID was in the mid-teens, 15 guys. So I had a sales manager, and my general manager retired back in May. And I said, well, we got to get some retail sales going. So I went ahead and put the sign up, and I was going to, as soon as I could get somebody hired, I'm going to have somebody work in this location. And I got a new sales manager. He just started last week, and to try to get some sales so I can keep the people running. And I own the manufacturing place, which is downtown Kansas City. And this is going to be the retail outlet to display and show handrails, and just like Walmart would have them, or Lowe's has displays so that you can sell things. And we have not had that before. And so we're trying to expand so I can keep the guys working.
Okay, so, but when did the Garretts, was it the Garretts was the deceased?
Garrett Trust.
Garrett, when did the last Garrett pass away?
May 31st this year.
Okay. And the first time you put up this sign that we see in the presentation was sometime this summer?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, sir, I'm only one board member, but I think unfortunately what the city has done here fits well within the ordinance. I mean, if you want to open a establishment there that is a retail establishment, you can do so. You might just not have that pole sign. You might have to take that pole sign down and do something else in terms of signage. So I believe, based on everything you've said and the city have said, I haven't heard anything that convinces me that the pole sign wasn't abandoned, because it really wasn't used for a business for a length of time. Because I think what you're telling me is this building was vacant for some time because the trust was not operating it as a business.
Well, no, it's been a business. The last tenant that we had in there was the end of their lease was July 31st of this year, 2021. So since August, I've been trying to find another tenant to occupy the place and utilize it. And during the interim, I decided, which I own this other business, I said, well, guys, we're just going to open a sales office and start displaying some things. But I've been so shorthanded, I didn't even have a general manager to help me. I'm a CPA. I've been on this corner down at 9th and Grand for 50 years. So I have to have other people, professionals, to help run that company. I run the CPA firm too. And so until I get a general manager, I was not able to do hardly anything, but to try to promote the sales. But that's what I'm trying to do. So okay. I can't disagree with anything you just said.
I know.
But that's, we're trying to expand since I looked at it as an opportunity. Okay, the people moved out July 31st. Okay, well, we're going to set up a sales office and start selling some handrails to people.
What was the business that left the building in July of 2021?
The lady was a nurse, and through whatever connections, she was transporting. They used it as their I don't know where they're parking their cars, and they would, it was their office. They were using it, they'd coordinated medical supplies. And then she would call and have trucks and people deliver stuff wherever.
Was the sign blank at that time?
I believe it still had the prior tenant, which was, he was called Whale, W-H-A-L-E, like the big fish. And he had that whale up there, and they were making shirts and T-shirts and putting the whale on the front and CDs. And so they were selling things. So he had that up there. And I don't think that there's they changed the front sign and put their name up over the door. The lady did, the nurse lady did, but I don't think they did anything with the whale sign. So it didn't say.
Madam Chair, do you want me to go through the photos again?
Just a second, let me finish, Anna.
Sorry.
Can't take you down at both at the same time. Sorry, Mr.
No, it's okay. No, you've got the whole issue. We don't need to.
Okay.
We don't need to keep going over it. That's all there is to it.
Yeah, and I just want to understand, because if there's something we didn't understand or the city investigators didn't understand, that's this board's opportunity to try to clarify this and see if there's some reason. But it seems like the whale business was the last, I'm going to call them the whale business, the short business, right?
Yeah.
Was the last business that actually utilized that sign. So when you leased it to the new tenant and they stopped using that sign, then that was an abandonment. I think that's your problem. And so it got abandoned at that time because no one was using it. Unless city staff can point me so I understand if there's a nuance here. So I think that's the problem. It was abandoned. Now, if that business had in fact utilized that sign, it would be in a different position, I think. But I think then you had an abandonment. Let me ask staff, is there a time frame for abandonment under the statute? I can't remember.
Anna, if you know off the top of your head, feel free. I'd have to look that up, Madam Chair.
Because at one point I thought we had to have a 6-month abandonment or a 90-day abandonment under the ordinance.
Well, I misunderstood the investigator. She said, you can't have that sign up there. And I said, okay. So I paid the sign people $1,000 to go take it down and put the blank sign up. Then she sends me the picture. She says, you didn't put anything up. I said, you told me I couldn't have the whale up. Well, I got rid of it. I put it down. I thought that's what I was supposed to do, not be having something that wasn't in there anymore. So I misunderstood her for that, spent a little bit of money. But anyway, I trying to ramp up and get some sales going. And since that space is now mine, I said, okay, well, we're going to sell, guys.
Yeah.
I met with them last week. They're trying to get some internet sales and various, anything you can do, try to hustle up sales. Some businesses did well during the pandemic, but this little metal shop didn't.
Okay, so Mr.
That's what we're trying to do.
I understand that, Mr. Schaus. I want to understand this time frame because there used to be a time frame. So there was some time frame where you had an opportunity to have it blank if you were changing out something. So what is that, Joe?
Madam Chair, it says on-site commercial signs will be deemed abandoned if they are blank or advertise a business activity, product or service that is no longer operating or available on the property on which the sign is located. Once a non-conforming sign is deemed abandoned and notice is given, the entire sign, including any structure which supports the sign, must be removed within 30 days.
Okay, so when the tenant moved in after the shirt place, that's when the abandonment occurred because they didn't utilize it, sir. That's the problem. That's what I thought. Okay. All right, well, the board can take all this into consideration and decide if they want to overturn the decision based on the facts here. So board members, do you have questions for Mr. Schaus?
So Chairman Otto, I kind of remember this case from my short term on the board, but I remember it was a dry cleaner at one point. I remember it was an auto dealership that we granted a variance to at one point, as I recall. And now this. The notices were given, at least in my mind, they were given correctly, and no action was ever taken by the tenants. Hence, I don't see there's much room for negotiation on this case.
Okay. Any other questions? All right.
Thank you for your consideration.
That's all right. Well, let me have a vote. Let me see what they're going to do. All right. So board members, can I have a motion on this case?
Madam Chair, in case number 125, I recommend the board uphold the decision by staff on this sign.
Okay. All right. I have a motion from Mr. Ebbets. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Kelleher. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. The request has been upheld, and Mr. Shells, I'm sorry, but you'll have to take that sign down. Okay.
Thank you for the consideration.
All right. Thank you, sir. All right. I do think we have one more case. Mr. Stiller, you're excused because I don't think you can hear this case. So if you want to sign off, but I believe the applicant for docket 20 is online. So let's call that case. But Mr. Stiller, you might as well excuse yourself permanently because this is the last case we have.
Hey, thank you, everyone.
Okay. All right. So once he signs off, everybody else stay because we're going to handle this last case, which is docket item 20, case number 110 with an address of 1601 Oak Street. Would the applicant raise their hand to be promoted? I believe she was here. Did you see her, Joe?
Promoting Sarah Hoffman right now.
Perfect. Thank you. Ms. Hoffman, if you would turn on your camera and your microphone. Thank you. Could you state your name, ma'am?
Yes, my name is Sarah Hoffman.
Then would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Ms. Hoffman, have you reviewed the staff report that is connected with your request?
Yes.
And do you have any objection to my admitting the administrative exhibits found on page 3 of that report?
No.
Okay, exhibits 1 through 9 will be admitted. And Jared, I think this one's yours. Let's see the PowerPoint and then we'll hear from Ms. Hoffman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before us, we have docket item number 20. This is at 1601 Oak Street. The zoning is DX10. The applicant is seeking approval of a variance to parking requirements for a restaurant. This is the location of the subject site. It's just south of the downtown loop. A little closer view of it, you can see it's right across from the former KC Star manufacturing building, right at 16th and Oak Street. So here I've kind of tried to briefly but clearly outline the requirements for parking in the area. This slide also includes the floor plan of the interior of the building to show the breakdown of the square footage, because that is what impacts the parking requirement for each side. So the restaurant requires 72 spaces. The manufacturing use, because on site they'll be producing foodstuffs, is 1 space. There will be an outdoor space. I believe they'll use the roof and the sidewalk as a sidewalk cafe. That'll add 3 spaces in the summer. So total, that's 76 spaces. They will be providing 16 spaces across the street. So the variance requested is for 60 spaces. These are the Missouri case factors. It's a 60 space variance. The change could potentially impact immediately surrounding on-street parking availability. The only way to obviate the need for the variance would be for them to potentially continue to seek off-site parking agreements with properties within 1,000 feet of the subject site. Though I believe they've provided some evidence that was included in the staff report of trying to do so and not being successful because parking is limited. With that, I will conclude my presentation.
Thanks, Jared. Ms. Hoffman, so is this structure sort of, is it built to the property line? So there's no on-site parking with it? Do I understand that correctly?
Yes, the
Okay.
structure covers the entire lot.
So walk us through, just so that the board understands it, where have you gone to seek off-site parking via a lease?
Yes, so I have reached out to a number of the surrounding neighbors, and in fact, I have a diagram, a map of the different businesses that I've reached out to, showing which ones have responded and which ones haven't responded. I have called at least 15 of the surrounding neighbors, and had pretty uniform positive response to the idea of our business coming into the neighborhood, but pretty uniform lack of parking that's available for us to be able to use or lease. And if I may, I'd like to show you the map of who I've reached out to.
Yeah,
And-
let's mark that as exhibit 10, and it will be admitted, and you can share your screen to show that to us.
Okay.
And then if you'd send Jared a copy of that, Ms. Hoffman.
Yes, I will.
Okay.
So can everybody see the?
Yes, we can. I know it's hard when you do this. You can't tell what we're seeing, but yes, we see
Right.
it.
Okay, so you can see right here is the building, and this is the parking lot that we actually purchased along with the building to function as our parking lot. And then all of these in red are property or business owners that I have spoken to directly that have said no, they don't really have any extra parking that they would be willing to share or lease. And the crosshatch are business owners that I've reached out to either through email or phone call that have not responded. We also included on this map where there is actually large areas of public access parking already. I believe this light green one is planned and this dark green one is already in use. And the other thing to note, I think, on this map is the streetcar line, which is we're just a few blocks off of where the surrounding area was not required to have parking. And if I may, I would love to tell you a little bit about my business. And
Well, yeah, that was going to be my next question. So Ms. Hoffman, I think if the board has seen this, you can take that down so we can see more clearly. But that was going to be my next question. Tell us about your concept and how parking might be affecting the neighborhood.
I need to
Just
figure out
unshare
how
at the
to stop
bottom.
sharing.
Yeah, just stop sharing.
It is not
It's usually at the top. There you go.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
I'm back now.
There you go. Okay. All right. So yeah, tell us about your concept.
Thank you. Yes. So I have had a small scale cheese making business on our farm in Weston, Missouri since 2008. And in 2016, we actually expanded to a cafe and cheese shop outside of Weston. And over about the past 14 years, we've grown from 3 employees to currently 21 employees. Our cheeses are nationally recognized in the artisan cheese world as some of the best sheep dairy products that you can buy in the US. And the success of our business and encouragement that we got from our customers, as well as a need to expand our production space, led us to explore opportunities that could bring our cheese and yogurt production and our cafe to Kansas City. We think there's a great opportunity to have a production space where that integrates with our cafe, where customers can come and sit and enjoy the products that we make, and at the same time be able to look through windows into our production space. It's not a public access production space, but they'd be able to view in there and see what we're doing. And this originally looked at the west side, but parking was a problem there. There was no parking at all there. And then I looked at a building at 17th and Oak that immediately abutted that public access parking, but the landlord was not willing to designate any specific parking for that building. And that led me to this building at 16th and Oak. And you know, at the time when I purchased it, I assumed that we would that we were in great shape because we had a lot that has a large number of spaces right across the street that is part of the building that we purchased with part of the building. I think that that one of the reasons to consider our variance is that I think we'd be a great fit in this neighborhood. Right now, the neighborhood is full of light manufacturing, as it has been historically in the past. Although now a lot of the manufacturing centers around food and spirits. Right now, there's breweries and distilleries and also other arts manufacturing. And I think that we are a very good fit for both the historical and the current use of the neighborhood, and will really add not only to the features of the neighborhood, because who doesn't love cheese, but also bring new jobs down to that neighborhood. You know, I think we will expand at least another 20 jobs in that area. And many of them are jobs that would be considered skilled jobs and would bring on the job training so that people can learn how to do food production and understand food safety. Part of the business will also be, as I mentioned before, the cafe that features all of our products. We also feature in our cafe up in Weston, we feature the products of other local small scale food manufacturers. And we're very proud to be able to do that. We'll continue
So Ms.
that.
Hoffman, are you the Green Dirt Farm Creamery in Weston?
Yes, we're Green Dirt Farm Creamery in Weston.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I didn't mention the name.
That's okay. I assumed that's what you were talking about the entire time, but I wanted to make sure that there wasn't some other place up there that I wasn't aware of. So.
Yes, that's it. So
Okay.
These are the reasons why we're hoping to be able to get a variance for the number of parking spots that.
So what are your potential hours of operation, just so that we can have an idea of what the parking would do to the neighborhood?
So we plan to be open for breakfast, lunch, and early dinner. So from 8 a.m. to about 7 p.m. is our plan, except on weekends. The space on the second floor would be an event space and also overflow dining. That'll be utilized on the weekends potentially in the evenings, say until 10 o'clock.
Okay. All right, board members, do you understand the request? Have questions? Okay. Then
I just have a statement.
Go ahead.
I bike Oak a lot, and there are a ton of open parking spaces on there. It's really underutilized. So I think there'd be plenty of on-street parking available for your business.
Right, Mr. Evans, do
And
you have a question?
Ms. Hoffman, in front of your business or along Oak Street, is it metered parking or angled? Tell us a little bit about the parking situation, or is it signage?
It's all parallel parking right along Oak Street. I don't believe there are any meters.
Is it 1 hour limit typically?
You know, I haven't seen a sign. I'm sorry, I don't know the answer to that question.
I think it's 2 hours.
I was going to say, I think it's more than that because I've parked over there for some things, and I was going to agree with Randy. I think it's about 2 to 3 hours. Okay, other questions? Okay, all right. Then folks, I think we're ready for a vote. Do I have a motion on this case?
Chairman Otto, in case number 110, I recommend we grant the applicant the request in accordance with site plan and staff reports.
I have a motion from Mr. Ebbets. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Gorence. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. The request is granted. Ms. Hoffman, welcome to Kansas City. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your patience today. I feel proud of us because we're catching up. I don't think we had any other business unless staff will tell me otherwise. Is that true? Are we done?
One thing.
Okay, yes, Anna.
So for the next meeting on November 9th, I just wanted to inform the group that city staff, we are prepared to start hosting hybrid meetings. So staff and commissioners can be in City Hall, and then applicants and members of the public have the option to participate virtually.
I may come see you in person then. I kind of miss you all. Okay, all right. Thanks, Anna, for that. And again, thanks to staff and Sarah for keeping us on track. And I feel like we're going to go into the new year reorganized, so that's good. So thank you all very much. Have a very safe rest of your week, and we'll see you in 2 weeks. And I will be at that meeting. So, okay. All right. Bye.
Bye, everybody.